buddy. Come on, man. Hey, go, hey.
As a reminder, Category 3s, if you're top 3, head over to the podium. As a reminder, Cat 3, top 3 positions, head over to the podium. Final call, Masters to the line. Once again, final call, Masters riders to the line. Gentlemen, you're getting ready for 40 minutes of racing. 40 minutes of racing. Free laps are over with 7 laps to go. No more free laps with 7 laps to go. That's fine. You see the state tent around turn number 1, that black tent right in front of you? That is where neutral service is. If you have a flat mechanical, a crash, you're going to go into that black tent, be able to take your free lap, and then be able to come back out. And again, that all ends with 7 laps to go. Pretty big field as we have about 90 riders on the start line. So riders that are out of contention, you may be pulled. We're going to have 3 different categories, 3 different podiums at the end of the day, 40 plus, 50 plus, and 60 plus. Make sure to check your results and be able to head over to the podium after the event. We're a couple minutes out, just relax. I'll give you plenty of time until we're going to get final confirmation from our officials as we're getting ready to be able to kick off race number 2 here at our St. Francis Tulsa Tough. It's all about the McNellie's group, the Blue Dome Criterium. Riders, just relax. It's going to be a little bit of time as we have taken care of some medical on the back side of the course. Once again, I will give you plenty of time, but in the meantime, you're just going to have to sit underneath that sunshine and cook for a little bit. Once I get final confirmation, I'll let you know, but we're about to get things underway. Good news is, throughout the day, we're going to have 3 preems for you gentlemen, all of them cash. Once again, head over to the podium, looking for Jordan Smith. Head to the podium. Turner Becker. Hey, Miss Amy, across the street. Amy. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could draw your attention to the podium. For our category 3s, like to be able to start off in third place. Please welcome
One warning as we are ready to resume racing. Your video runners inside of 1 minute for round to begin up next. Get our final course steps underway. We are clear and ready to go. Gentlemen, this will be your 30-second warning, 30 seconds to race start. We got the thumbs up, gentlemen. You will start with the chief referee's whistle. So we say, riders ready. Masters getting underway. We're back to racing at Tulsa Tough.
One thing to keep in mind as you're watching these guys go around, the 300 series numbers, I believe, are going to be our 50 plus. 400 series numbers are going to be our 40 plus. So keep an eye on that. Remember, I got to keep an eye also to see if there's any 60 plus. 3 different categories out here all racing at the same time. 90 riders on the start line. And once again, a big thank you to McNellie's Group, bringing us the Blue Dome Criterium. McNellie's Group since 2009 with over 23 unique restaurants in different locations throughout Oklahoma and Arkansas. Founded by Elliot Nelson, who studied abroad in Dublin, Ireland, fell in love with the Irish atmosphere and hospitality, and brought that back to Tulsa. Opening up his first pub in 2004, the McNellie's Group, a longtime partner of the Blue Dome Criterium. Got riders going down in turn number 8, making them swing wide. Riders trying to be able to take advantage of right starting on the front rows. The attacks are coming fast and furious. That's going to be Paul Micah with DC Velo in that black jersey on the attack out of the saddle. Once again, as a reminder, riders who are involved in a crash or have a flat tire, they're able to go into the pit area, which is that black state bicycle tent right around turn number 1. Be able to take a free lap, take 1 lap or even 2 laps off, and then re-enter into the bike race. Try to be able to take away a little bit of the bad luck after registering and spending your money, your gas money, your travel, your hotel to be able to come out here. A little bit of a tangle on turn number 8. All of those riders eligible to go into the pit if they choose to be able to continue in the bike race. In the meantime, riders attacking off the front, stringing it out. It's only going to get faster and faster in our Masters race.
We're back through these guys trying to weld those splits back together after some riders going down in turn 8 last time. These guys in the front got no idea. They're living in their own world right now. Again, safest place to be is at the front of bike race. Unfortunately, also one of the hardest places to ride.
you to Don Thornton Automotive Group, supplying us with our pace vehicles for all of our events throughout the day. That's that beautiful Volkswagen coming through. A little bit earlier with the Cadillac. We're going to be ringing the bell for $100. Hey, riders of Preem, $100 cash Preem. $100 cash, $100 cash Preem. Winner of the lap, winner of the lap, $100 cash, $100 cash, winner of the lap, Preem. Winford Gibson, Sound Pony with that bright neon jersey. Heard the money and put the power to the pedals. Trying to build a bridge across to the leaders right now. Trying to build and pick up that $100. Once again, a big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa.
Bunch of guys going to make their way up to the front here with some cash on the line. They figure now's a better time than any to chase this couple riders back. So you're going to see these guys all together when they make their way out of the final corner with $100 on the line of the first guy across. Again, free and clear, has nothing to do with how these guys finish the bike race. It is this lap and this lap only.
Woo! Yeah, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah!
Stars and Stripes trying to take a look. 100 cash on the line and 400 going to take that one easy across the line as Anthony Aker for the Canberra presented by 5 and 20 squad. Picks up 100 cash.
Were you in crash down there? Were you done that crash? Oh, in the Cat 3 race?
Check in with us tomorrow. If we get anything throughout the day, we'll keep it here, and then come check tomorrow, and we'll get back to you. Claudio, good job, man. I saw you hanging in there. I'm trying to get Frankie onto your YouTube, Instagram train. You should have a new follower coming your way soon.
A lot of riders out here, former national champions, former professional road racers as well. Remember, these guys are racing for 40 minutes. A little bit of tactics and strategy on the attack right now, trying to be able to break away. That's going to be Eric Anderson, Methods to Winning. That Methods to Winning team coming out of California has been around for many years. Gap starting to open up with the speed picking up in the front of this race. The Masters riders only going a little bit quicker each and every lap. Not everybody wants it to come down to a field sprint. There are some very fast riders that are in the Masters group. They would love to see it come down to that final 200-meter sprint.
Get on, get on, get on.
90 riders on the start line as they're coming through. That's going to be Brendan Hausler leading them through. Former national champion, hey, I just eyed Sharon Smith coming through. Methods to winning. Got to be able to watch out for him when it comes down to that final sprint. Jamie Carney, another rider to be able to watch out. Rasan Bahati, former national Criterium champion, now riding in here with the Masters division as well. He's got some pretty good form. Zambrana wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey now as a current national champion. He's coming out of North Carolina in that 50-plus age group. As a reminder, two different categories, 40-plus and 50-plus, battling it out to put them on the podium on day number 1 here at our St. Francis Health System. Tulsa Tough. Rider slowing down a little bit. You can see it bunching up. Current temperature 85 degrees. That sun is shining down on the riders as Jamie Carney goes right over the top. Sensing a little bit of a slowdown. Doesn't want to lose his momentum, and he just rides right over the top, trying to be able to see who's going to go after him. Jamie Carney, a former road professional, a national champion on the track as well. And riders, 12 laps to go. 12 to go.
Carney going to be one of the most experienced guys out there when it comes to high-level racing. So if I see him going, I'm following every move that Jamie Carney makes all night long. Dude knows what he's doing. He's also one of the most efficient bike racers out there. He's not here to waste energy. He's not here to waste time. So if there's something that Jamie Carney sees, it's probably worth checking out here. We'll see if there's something brewing on the horizon right now with these guys.
Hey, Tulsa, how about if we give them another $100 preem? Riders are going to be ringing the bell. $100 preem, $100 preem to the winner of the lap. $100. Lap cards are up. 11 laps to go. 11 laps to go. $100. Whoever crosses the line first. Preem is a mid-race prize. The riders hear the bell. They know something's going to be given up. And it's Bicycles Up Tulsa with the $100 once again for whoever crosses the line first. Riders coming around, they're going to be seeing 10 laps to go. As a reminder for our Category 1-2, your staging is at Frankfurt Street. 50 meters before our start finish line on the inside of the course, all category 1-2. That is where your staging is, once again at Frankfurt Street. We ring the bell, $100 up for grabs. The group has been all together. Nobody's been able to escape. Critical coming into turn number 7. Got to be in a good position. You use all your momentum flying around turn number 8. Swinging it off right now, $100 cash up for grabs. Look at him, straight up the middle, not even looking underneath his shoulder. It's a confident win. He's going to keep going. He's not slowing down. Philip Wyckoff, Super Squadra Applewood Manor. That's team out of North Carolina. Wyckoff, a super strong rider, 40-plus age group, coming out of North Carolina. He took that frame and decided to be able to keep pushing the power on the pedals, trying to be able to see if anybody's going to be able to come up with him. He's going to need a little bit of help. Again, it's going to be seeing 9 laps to go when they come around. Hard to be able to go that fast for that much of a distance going around all by yourself. But Wyckoff now finds himself in the lead of our Masters race. Come on, Tulsa, ring the bells, cheer him on. Look at him. Cheer on Wyckoff, trying to be able to go solo. It's 9 to go.
Gonna go all in on this move. Not getting any help here, though. Staying arrow, staying low. Here comes the chase behind him now. What he needs is separation to try to get away here, but he's not getting it yet. Field still all together, led by Brendan Hausler. Big old draft off of him out of the Canberra 5 and 20 squad in the green jersey up on the front.
So that was actually Ian Dill, Super Squadra, the same team. Wyckoff went for the preem. Dill counterattack coming right off of the wheel. So that's Ian Dill right now with about a 3-second gap. Ian's in that same age category with that 40-plus. Ian coming out of Texas finds himself with a 3-second lead. 9 laps to go, but now we're seeing a reaction from the peloton. Watch this group as they come by. There's going to be gaps opening all up. The speed has definitely increased, trying to be able to bring back our 1 leader.
These guys going to wrap things up. And if these riders get pulled early, will be placed appropriately. They do still receive a result based on where they're getting pulled here. That also means that they can continue to race at Tulsa Tough. This isn't like a stage race where if you don't complete one day, you can't race the next day like at the Tour de France. But we let them continue racing here at Tulsa Tough. So even though these guys get placed early today, they will be back to race tomorrow and Sunday. It's going to be 8 on the lap counter here, guys. Group coming back together again. Another reset. Now Drew Christopher going to take a look off the front. 1:37 on the lap counter. A lot of looking around on the front. Let's give them a reason to race. Attention riders, like a $100 cash premium on the line. Next time through, 100 cash. 100 cash, guys, 100 cash. $100 cash premium to the winner of the next lap. 100 cash, 100 cash, 100 cash on the line up the road.
Once again, a big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa. $100 cash to whoever crosses the line first. Lots of racing still to go. 6 laps to go when they come around. 90 riders on the start line. It's our category 40 plus going against our 50 plus. 80. 80. Chad Brzalowski's Texas Roadhouse is in this race. Very strong sprinter, Alex Zambrana. Talked about Rasan Bahati. He's been sitting in. That's a name I'm talking about, but not because he's been on the front of the bike race. Bahati has been sitting in, saving his legs. $100 up for grabs. Jamie Carney's going to be able to pick up that money. So Carney picks up $100. He's coasting. He's not going to keep going. 6 to go, riders. 6 laps to go. 6 to go. 6 to go.
To go. Looking over the shoulder for some help. Passing the buck.
Some of the fastest riders right now making their way up to the front, making sure they're in a good position.
Let him hear you, Tulsa. Now we're one to go. Here it goes. One to go. One to go. One to go. Last lap of racing is one to go. Roadhouse Cycling. You see all these guys in those orange and white jerseys off the back. They're the ones that set up Bahati. And they'll be happy to know Rasan Bahati seals the deal for Texas Roadhouse today.
champion will tackle the blue dome Criterium. Gentlemen, your free laps are over with 7 laps to go. Do you see the black tent right in front of you? Turn number 1. That is where neutral services. You have a crash, a mechanical, flat tire. Head to the black tent, take your free lap. Once again, that is over with 7 laps to go. We have a massive field here. 125 riders on the line. And with that, if you're out of contingent riders, you may be pulled. Respect the referee's decision if you want to be able to have a safe race for everybody. Remember, this is day number 1. Make sure to have a safe race. Do not ride backwards on the course at any time. Your head over to the pit. As you're going to be racing for riders. 45 minutes of racing is worth 30 seconds out. 30 seconds out.
Welcome to the course players. Don't worry.
Coming down right now, 10 seconds out. Hey, Tulsa, let's get ready to send off our men's category 1-2. As I say, riders ready, officials ready. You're going to be going on the whistle. Riders ready. We're on your way. It's our category 1-2, 45 minutes of racing.
Is it on?
That's right, Daniel Holloway. Check out the group. I don't know. Filming it and keeping track of what's going on out there. It's hot. It's hot out there. I don't think we can have time to go back and take a shower before he goes on to the broadcast a little bit later on.
I would not want to be Gabe Lloyd later this evening. I'll just put it that way. I've shared a couple booths with a post-race Holloway. It's not good, man.
The first lap is about to end.
All right, here we go. 1 lap down already. Some action on the front here. These guys trying to get something started. Show them a little love here. Tulsa, minute 45 in, and already got some moves going on the front of your 1-2 race here. All right, so we are going to put you on Holloway watch. Starting right here, this is former national champion Daniel Holloway in the white jersey with the neon bike at the very back of the group. He is also going to be one of our play-by-play commentators on the live stream later today. So he's getting an up-close and personal look at this course. We're going to keep our eye on Daniel Hollywood Holloway out there with the camera on his helmet, racing at the back of the 1-2s right now.
Yeah, that rider in the white jersey, also a 2-time overall winner of Tulsa Tough. He's ridden this race many times. He's won the Blue Dome Criterium also in the pro division. He's out here filming some video content, so he's going to be riding in the back, gradually passing up some riders that get dropped. And we're going to see how long he lasts out there before he cracks and ends up not being able to finish. 45 minutes of racing. It's our category 1-2 that's out on the streets right now. Once again, here at our McNellie's Blue Dome Criterium.
The second lap is the most important lap of the race. They're gone. They're gone. Out of sight, out of mind.
Attenzione, that's what they say in Italian because it's attention. 2 riders with about a 6-second lead. Big moves coming on right now. Like to be able to see these guys going up the road.
It's going to be Max Abner up there with Matthew Bratcher for the Mustangs out of Tennessee. So Abner and Bratcher forming a temporary alliance here. Those guys going to be best friends for the next 35 minutes or so in this 40-minute race, or 40 minutes left of racing, I should say, until they no longer need each other and believe that they're safely away. But until that happens, those guys are going to cooperate as teammates, even though technically they're opponents in this bike race.
That rider in the back right there, Max Abner, a very good time trialist. That's a good one you want to be with. He doesn't want to be able to wait for that sprint. Right now, it's all broken up behind him. Unbelievable ride. Abner with a glance over his shoulder. It's about a 6-second lead. So it's Abner and Bratcher. Now we got a rider trying to be able to go across the gap.
Well, he likes what he sees. He's watching two guys working together. He wants to be the third person at the party here as 259 tries to go across the gap with Grayson Kepler from United Cycling. Liking what he's seeing up there.
Bratcher and Abner, two strong riders. Normally we'd say, I would say with a 45-minute race, you're going to need maybe 3, maybe 4 riders for it to be able to stay away. But these two guys are so strong, they could do it with just the two of them.
Lap 4 is the most important lap of the race.
These guys trying to leave this door open. They want more help in this scenario. 3 engines is better than 2. Unfortunately, Kepler going to drag some more with him here on the way up. Nobody's helping him. They're just trying to take the free ride across. Just business. Meanwhile, look at these guys moving up at the back, flying up the inside, taking those opportunities as they come.
Hey, top 3 from our Masters race. Head over to the podium once again. Masters riders, if you were top 3 overall, head over to our podium.
Break of two coming back together. Let's see if we can get some more action here with a $100 cash premium. Attention riders, 100 cash, 100 cash, 100 cash. $100 cash premium to the winner of the next lap. $100 cash on the line next time through, guys. 100 cash.
Where's Holloway? Have you seen him lately?
You know, I haven't. I was looking at the back, but he's not there, so now I got to start looking in the middle of the group.
Yeah, maybe he's jumped across a couple gaps to be able to bridge up. Gonna have to be able to pay attention with that. One of our local co-announcers jumping in this race with a video camera on his helmet to be able to film the action that takes place in an 8-corner Criterium, a little over 1 kilometer around. And we just rang the bell. A big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa. $100 going to whoever crosses the line first. So Abner and Bratcher, they've been reeled back in. Again, those are two strong time trial riders. For the group to be able to bring them back in, they had to put in a pretty big effort. It's going to be strung out. It's going to be one long line. Right now, it's tire to tire, toe to toe, as they're getting ready to be able to come around. $100 from Bicycles of Tulsa up for grabs. Three riders separating themselves. The first rider pulls off, and it's $100. Definitely not going to go to him. It's going to be going into the rider that led last lap. He was away last lap, and that's going to be Fluckager, Velovin Elite, coming out of Idaho, picking up that preem.
There's Holloway. He's in there, about mid-pack, looking good. White jersey with the camera on his helmet, making it work.
Hey, Rasan Bahati, you know how to do a podium? Once again, looking for Bahati and Dill. Ian Dill with Super Squadra. Head over to the podium, please. Like to be able to do our podium for our top three in our Masters. Big group, 125 riders on the start line. They have not slowed down. At no point has it bunched up near the front or has it bunched up near the back. Someone sits up and someone attacks. That's how it's working lap after lap. And this time, Derek Chavarria, the rider out of California, putting in the move. A little bit earlier, we had 2 riders breaking away. Now we got 3 riders breaking away. Nice move right there, being led on the front right there. That is going to be Ryan Drummond with DNA Racing. Cooperation fully needed for this attack to be able to work. They need to be able to pull through flat out, and if they would have any chance of being able to stay away.
Getting a breakaway that works is a lot like getting a winning poker hand. Everything has to go perfect. You got to have the right combination of riders. You got to have the right timing in the race. You got to have the right cooperation amongst the riders. And you got to have the right teams represented as well. If all those things don't add up, that breakaway is coming back. So just go ahead and fold your cards and wait for the next one, because there will be another hand dealt. You will have another opportunity at trying to get away here. It's just a matter of picking the right move and finding yourself in what you hope to be the winning move.
We've had a breakaway at 2, we've had a breakaway at 3, and guess what? It's all brought back together. They're still coming around the final turn as they come across the start-finish line. That is about a 30-second gap from the first rider to the last rider. And look at the gaps that are opening up. That was a hot lap. Absolutely. A lot of riders feeling the speed, feeling the burn, and now feeling that effort as they're not able to stay in contact.
This is why you saw guys like Holloway starting to move up to the middle of the group. They're trying to avoid getting caught behind these gaps, because as a bike racer, it's never your fault that you got dropped, right? It's never your fault you let the gap open up. It's always the guy in front of you. Well, you're seeing guys that are paying the price for gaps that opened up 3, 4, 5 riders in front of them right now. The only way to avoid that is ride in the middle or front of the bike race. So we've been watching Holloway with that camera on his head. That's really the back marker of where I would feel safe being. That guy knows what he's doing. He knows what to look for. And if you're at the back of the bike race right now, you're there because you want to be, or because you have to be, not because you want to be. Other side. You can cross right here, though. I think we got a crossing for you, Rasan. Come on down here. Shocker that Rasan's going to get the VIP crossing here, but to the victor go the spoils. Starting to string out a little bit. Here's another split. 2, 4, 6, 8, call it 10 guys clear. Little gap opening, but nothing to panic about yet. And this is going to be the back of your bike race right here. These guys got to scramble to get back up there. Make a little noise for this group. Help them out. Let's see if you can get them back into the group. 13 to go, guys. Come on.
Hey, watch out behind you, the car. Yep, thank you. Here's your leaders right now coming around. Still in one long line. Swinging off, trying to be able to get somebody else to do the work. They're in the front. They don't want to slow down because then they're going to get swarmed. Very easy. You can go from going to the first rider to the 30th rider the moment the pace slows down.
All right, we're going to make things interesting for this group. Guys, starting right here, I got a $100 cash premium starting right here, guys. This group right here, $100 on the line. Starting with this group right here, $100 for you guys, $100, $100 cash premium. Let's get a little race for these guys struggling at the back here. First rider out of that group, going to have $100 coming their way next time through. Guys trying to split it in front of the group here. They're going to see 11 on the counter. Still nobody able to get away here. A lot of attempts, but nothing sticking yet.
That's Austin Del Rosso from Paragon Racing leading him through. That rider in the front there coming out of Texas, and look at it, still one long line. It is strung out. Now, this next group coming in, it's not very often the guys that maybe you might be a little bit off the back struggling are going to have a $100 premium, but that's what we did for this group right here. Now, who's been paying attention? Because $100 on the line for this group.
Oh, made the jump, gonna have some challenge, get ready! That's going to photo finish on that one, a close call on the line.
Wow, one to go event. Taking a long time with this one.
Well, they are doing the CSI Enhance right now. He's back there, Enhance, Enhance. That's how it works.
Coming down to the megapixels for our winner, the $100.
All right, well, finally we can figure out it's going to be Grayson Kepler on that one, picking up the preem. They had to call outer space to get that dialed in. All right, meanwhile, we're going to be ready for our Masters men's podium coming up here. We'll give a 30-second warning to Masters men's podium. Coming up next, 30 seconds to your Masters men's podium. All right, let's get started with our top three in our Masters men's field, starting with third place on the day. Riding for the Super Squadra, presented by Applewood Squad. First up to the podium is your bronze medalist, Ian Dill. I'm reading what's on my paper. How about an Eric Anderson in third? How's that sound for you? All right, we'll put Eric Anderson up on the podium, third place for the Methods to Winning team. That'll be your bronze medalist today, and we'll go to second place on the day. Next up, we're number 409. Welcome, Drew Christopher, your silver medalist today. And top step for the legend, riding for Texas Roadhouse Cycling, made it look easy. Give it up for California's Rasan Bahati. And by virtue of the win today, Rasan will also pick up the Mumu Apparel winner's jersey here at Tulsa Tough. There's a podium right there, your Masters Men's 40 plus with Rasan Bahati on the top step. One more time, Tulsa, let him hear it.
Gentlemen, for this group, we're giving you guys 2 laps to go. This group, 2 to go. Keep the pace going. Do not get caught. 2 to go for this group. 2 to go, 2 to go.
Going to finish these guys early because they are in danger of being lapped by the pace car. Instead of just pulling them, we're going to let those guys sprint it out. They give us a good show for that preem. So we are going to give them a 2 to go, then a 1 to go, and we'll let them sprint for those remaining positions. It'll be like 65th through 85th place in the race here, but every place matters out there. So we'll let them sprint it out as they finish up their day just a little bit early. Your leaders, though, coming out of the final turn right now. Your winner going to come out of this group, seeing 8 on the lap counter. Looks like we got another escapee late in the day here. Let's see who it is. Taking a look on the front with 0 help on the way. This is a tough place to be. Make a lot of noise for him. Head down, doing what he can to try to stay away here. Is Ben Rasich for the Full Send Racing, presented by Mike's Bikes team off the front here.
Our leaders just came by, seeing 8 laps to go. Now we're waiting for this group. We're going to be ringing the bell for this group to give them 1 lap to go. They can finish up before our leaders come around and they interfere with each other. Look at the speed picking up with these riders right now. Come on, Tulsa, these guys might be off the back, but they're putting it in. We're ringing the bell with 1 to go. Gentlemen, for this group, it's 1 to go for you guys. A 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go. Look at the effort on their face, the heat baking down on them. A huge effort here in Blue Dome Criterium.
Finally got some help. Guess who? It's Daniel Holloway joining the party at the front of the group. Chugging the deuce as he rolls by. Holloway is here to play, and he's having a good time doing it. Holloway jumps across the gap, call it 2 up the road. Now, looking for that chase group. The next group that you see out of that last corner will be finishing here, not including this guy. I think he's off a little early.
Coming out of this last group is bragging rights on the line. Big pump up for the ego. Look at this big spread. All of them coming in hot to the finish. finish. Welcome them back.
Nice job out there, guys. Way to finish strong. Best out of that group go to 264. Randy Lee wrapping up the group in the chase. All right, so that'll take us back out to the leaders. They're going to see 7 laps to go for the main group. 7 on the counter here. They'll see 6 when they come back through behind the pace car. So leaders going to see 6 to go on the lap counter.
Ben Rasich along with Daniel Holloway on the front. Gentlemen, it's 6 laps to go. 6 to go, 6 to go, 6 laps to go. Former Criterium professional national champion on the front right now. Holloway trying to be able to stay away. A lot of these guys he's going up against. Holloway is 38 years old, going up against a bunch of 20-year-olds in our category 1-2 race. Our 2 leaders, possibly, they know each other, helping each other out. They're both coming out of Colorado. Colorado natives is Holloway and Rasich. Counting, the time is ticking. That is going to be a 7-second gap right now. 5 to go, 7-second lead.
Look at Holloway tucked in on the front. You see how narrow his arms are on those bars. He's trying to minimize his frontal profile. Meanwhile, these guys cooperating about as well as Congress back here to chase him down. They got to get their act together if they want to win this bike race.
Riders, 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. It's almost all been brought back together. 4 laps to go, 4 to go. Our 2 riders had about a 7-second gap. That is brought down to about 3 seconds. The field responding to who they know is up the road. The 2 Colorado riders, one of them a former professional Criterium national champion, a longtime road professional, Daniel Holloway in the white jersey with the camera on his helmet, joined by Ben Rasich. And Rasich, 10 years younger than Holloway. Rasich riding for Full Send Racing, presented by Mike's Bikes.
These guys desperately trying to stay away. It's going to come back together here at 3 to go, and we're going to ring for 200 cash. Attention, riders. This will be a $200 cash premium. 200 cash, gentlemen. 200 cash on the line to the winner of the next lap. 200 up the road, guys. 200 cash.
Once again, a big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa. $200 cash. When the riders come around, they're going to be seeing 2 laps to go. So a big effort's going to be coming from these riders right now, trying to be able to pick up that money and trying to be able to keep something in their pocket. In other words, something in their legs in order to have a chance to be able to win here at the Blue Dome Criterium. A lot on the line right now, coming down with 2 to go.
Well, these late race premiums, we call it a gambler's premium. You got to make your call now. Do you go for the money or do you go for the glory? Winning the bike race doesn't pay much better than a couple $100 here, so there's not really a monetary game to be played here. It's really a question of whether you get to raise your hands and tell your friends. As they final corner, here's your sprint. And he'll hold that one from a long way out for a $200 pickup for Derek Chavarria for the Legion of Los Angeles team out of California. But now we'll see if Chavarria wants to roll this one at 2 laps to go. This is the kind of move that you can turn into a race-winning move. He's got a little bit of space here into turn 2. But Chavarria can have a big old bullseye on his back. This is a huge ask to stay away. So Vegas still going with this one coming back together. Frankie out there recruiting some bell ringers, getting ready to send these guys off on the final lap of racing as they'll see 1 lap to go on the counter next time they come through here. And we'll see if this is another bunch gallop up to the line out of the final corner here at Blue Dome. All right, all together, we are right back where we started 37 minutes ago. Tulsa, help me send them off for 1 last lap of racing. As we're down to 1 lap to go. Here, guys, 1 to go, gentlemen. Chavarria still on the front. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, guys. Last lap of racing here. 1 lap to go. Look at the brutality at the back of this one into the final lap of racing.
Lots of riders have been trying to be able to break away. Now it's all coming back together.
More riders.
The speed going 32 to 35 miles an hour. They're breaking every speed limit on this course right now. Getting ready for the backstretches. They're fighting for position.
Well, getting them into trouble out there, breaking the speed limit. More riders going down on the backside, near the back of the group, though. That's why you race near the front. It gets sketchy into the last laps here. They're going to be all together into the last turn. And here we go. Little space out of 8. 2 guys away. Will they hold on to it? Chavarria looking for it. Elgin will get it done again, as this time they put Jaime Gonzalez up to the front. Unofficially, Dylan Flukiger going to pick up second. And we'll get third on the line here, but unofficially, Jaime Gonzalez, your winner with a field sprint to the line.
Lap 3 was the most important lap of the race.
Every year it takes a posse, a huge group, in order to be able to bring on the Tulsa Tough race. Please welcome many of the board members from Tulsa Tough on the line for their annual group photo for the 2025 race.
These guys can exit the course, get ready for our opening ceremonies, followed by our hand cycle races here in Tulsa. Then it's elite women, followed by elite men later this evening. So we'll get ready for our opening ceremonies coming up next on the line.
Brand new event bringing in the para-athletes with the hand cycle division to compete in the Blue Dome Criterium. Talked about current national champions on the line. Once again, calling to staging all of our hand cyclists as they're getting ready to battle it out on this 8-corner course.
All right, just about ready to get started. As we are staging our hand cyclists right now, we will introduce you to some of the top riders in this group. Then we'll have our national anthem, and we'll be underway in racing here shortly. Riders, before we get started, we do want to introduce to you some of the top riders in this field. I will begin with a two-discipline national champion. She is your reigning road and individual time trial national champion, hailing from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome your national champ to the front row. It's Gabby Platt. We'll also recognize your 2025 road race national champion, riding for the Mary Free Bed hand cycling team out of Stevensville, Michigan. Next up is Casey Faulkner, your men's H4 national champion. And another national champ in the field in our men's H3 category, hailing from Travelers Rest, South Carolina, riding for Team Alive Day. Let's hear it for Todd Richardson. All right, before we begin, we will start with our singing of the national anthem. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise as able and remove your caps as we welcome from the Tulsa Opera, Alex Johnson with your national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
How about that, Tulsa? Alex Johnson with the Tulsa Opera, your national anthem singer. Amazing job, Alex. All right, with that, we are just about ready to get rolling with our hand cycling race coming up next. First time here in Tulsa Tough, and you are in for a good one with this crowd. Coming up on 1 minute to race start. We are going to be on time for our 30 after start here as we get ready for a 6:30 start for our hand cycling 1 through 5 open here, doing 30 minutes of racing as we go inside of 60 seconds to their starts.
Riders coming from around the country, 10 different states, all represented on that start line. Getting ready once again for 30 minutes of racing. Your hand cyclists now as we're counting them down as we're getting closer and closer. First time event here at the Blue Dome Criterium. Watch the way they draft. Watch the way they attack. Very fast as many of these riders, once again, trying to be able to also get ready for the upcoming Olympic Games as we are 30 seconds out.
Inside 30 seconds, Tulsa, let's start to make a little noise. Riders, this will be your 20-second warning to race start. And don't forget, you got a hometown rider in this field in Gabby Platt in the green jersey. Riders, this will be your 10-second warning. Tulsa, help me send your first hand cycle race off in 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Hand cycles underway for the first time at Tulsa Tough.
Right before our hand cycles, we had our category 1, 2. And now it's time for their podium. After 45 minutes of racing, I'd like to be able to introduce your top 3. In third place, bronze medal sprint, because it all came down to the quick, fast twitch fibers of everybody. This is Rex Roberts. Finishing up in second place, racing in the black jersey of Velo Vinali, your silver medal, Dylan Fleckinger. And proving that he was the fastest on the day, please welcome the unstoppable Hayen Gonzalez. 1, 2, and 3, arms in the air. An incredible race. Gonzalez, Fleckinger, and Roberts. These are your top 3 with our category 1, 2. $100 preem, winner the next lap. $100 preem, $100 cash. $100 cash preem. Whoever crosses the line first, next lap. Once again, a big thank you to Bicycles of Tulsa putting up that pre-money. 3 different categories all out here racing at the same time. We got Alicia Dana, Gabrielle Platt, Jeff Dixon, Casey Faulkner. She was in our rider introductions. Jared Fistmacher coming out of Pennsylvania. Coming out of North Carolina, Andrew Harrison. Steven Scalzo as well. Ryan Penny coming out of Cave Creek, Arizona. Coming out of San Antonio, Florida, David Randall. Todd Richardson coming out of South Carolina. Another rider out of San Antonio, Ricardo Gallardo. Minnesota is going to be Dan Steets, Elliot Vasquez, Glenn Pemberton, and Abishai Vanderhoff, just to name most of our riders that are in this race. Talked about 10 different states being represented out on course. And right now, $100 up for grabs. Whoever can come around turn number 8 and make it to the finish line first.
Nice little sprint coming to the line. They're going to talk about it on the way round because now they got a little opportunity to work together here off the front. Group of 4 going to establish. There's Gabby leading the group through with 3 on the front. You're seeing how important the drafting is. Some very close tactics out here in the group. Nice job out there. Keeping tempo, riding hard. That's the name of the game.
So our hand cycle's out on course doing 30 minutes of racing, and after that we're going to be having our pro women coming up as they're getting ready for 70 minutes of racing, and it's going to be race number 1 of the ACC, a 6-race series all starting right here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Then we're going to be going to Wisconsin, Boise, Idaho, Salt Lake City, Chicago, and finishing up in St. Louis, Missouri. Should be a great race coming up with our pro women and pro men. In the meantime, the paracyclists, the para-athletes making their way around. Cheer them on. Look at this great ride right here coming through. That's Jeff Dixon coming out of Duncan, Oklahoma. Local rider found out about the race, and look how they're drafting. See how they're in one single line, how they follow each other? Taking advantage of trying to be able to keep the pace up all in a slipstream. Very similar to NASCAR, a little bump drafting going on.
Big effort on the front here. Look at this, opening the gaps. They're trying to eliminate that drafting here as this group trying to hang on to itself, but starting to fall apart here. A couple laps in your hand cycle race. Meanwhile, more riders up and around the corner. Now they're going to keep these riders on course as long as they can, so show them some love. This is one of the hardest rides you can do. All alone, nowhere to draft. Make a little noise for this rider. There's a good-looking group of 3 right there. See how they're bump drafting off of one another? That rear bar spins in between the 2 rear wheels. So if your front tire touches that crossbar in between the 2 rear wheels, it just spins and you're fine. So it's kind of normal for them to ride up onto the back of the riders in front of them. It's one of the unique parts of a hand cycle racing that there will be contact routinely between the riders out there. Nice job out there. Look at that effort up and over the hill. That's how it's done right there. Abishai Vanderhoff. Look at this, separation starting to happen on the front. Ryan Penny making it look easy out of Arizona. These two trying to chase him down. The chase group being led by David Randall coming out of San Antonio. Trying to drag the group up. Group of three doing a nice job working together here. Trying to take turns, trying to work together and get their way back up to the leaders. Group of three rolling back through. There's Gabby tucked right in the middle, 375. Wearing a jersey that she won last year at a race called Tour of America's Dairyland, where she had a great week as well. Gap growing for your solo leader, but this group doing an incredible. Look how locked in this group of three is right here. Like a missile inbound to the leader up the road. They are being led by Ricardo Rincon Gallardo out of San Antonio, Texas. Setting tempo up on the front of that very strong looking group of three.
Come on, Tulsa, ring those bells and cheer them on. Look at this group working very well together. Here's your race leader right now. Lap cards are up as we're going to be going with 8 laps to go. Blowing away the competition. 7 to go. 7 laps to go.
Penny looking for a little noise as he comes through the line here. He did the work to get away. Now he can celebrate a little bit. We'll let you hear it next time, Ryan. That is Ryan Penny, your solo leader that just rolled through the line. Looking for a little love from the crowd here in Tulsa. Let's make sure he gets it next time. These riders going to be looking at 7 on the counter as well. Help them out. Down to 7 to go, guys. 7 laps to go on the counter, with Casey Faulkner leading the way in the orange jersey out of that group of 2.
Excellent job out there. Keep going. That's going to be Jeff Dixon. And there goes Abishai as well. We're going to do this group right here. This group right here, $100 preem. This group right here, you four, winner of the next lap, $100. This group right here.
Gonna make things interesting in that group of four. Next time we see them, they're sprinting for $100 out of that group. And they're already gonna start looking around on the backside here. So again, that'll be for the group of four that you're seeing right now that just went through the line. The leader will not be eligible for this preem because, well, there's nothing more boring than watching Ryan Penny roll across solo. He's going to have plenty of fun today as he is well on his way to winning this one as he puts in consistent laps and continues to build his gap up in over 25 seconds at last check for Ryan Penny, your solo leader.
Penny's going to be seeing 6 laps to go, coming out of Cave Creek, Arizona. Got to be used to this heat. It's no problem for him. Gabriel Platt coming through right there in that green jersey. Your 2025 road race and time trial national champion. Leading that group right behind our race leader, Ryan Penny. He's flying around this race course.
Penny's starting to lap riders out there. We do work on the leaders lap count. So everybody will finish when Penny goes out for 1 lap to go. That'll be 1 to go for everybody on course. The officials keeping track of which lap everybody is on. So Penny will be our lap counter on the front. Meanwhile, those two, Todd Richardson and Casey Faulkner, linking up, riding together. And remember, cash preem on the line for the group of 4 that we'll see out of that final turn here shortly. There you go, money on the line. Easy pickup. That'll be 356 hitting the ATM across the line from Andrew Hairston out of Jacksonville, North Carolina.
Race leader right there with 5 to go. 5 laps to go.
That's what Penny's looking for, getting the love he's been looking for here in Tulsa as he continues to crush this one out there.
Some of these riders out here just discovering hand cycle competition for the very first time. Some of them have not been riding or even racing for a very long time. Other ones, like our race leader, definitely well into the competitive part of hand cycles. Here's that chase group right there working very well together as they're making their way through. That's going to be Jared Fenstenmacher sitting on the back of their group, making their way around.
Penny, your leader off the front, an Olympic bronze medalist in the hand cycle relay for the United States. Went and represented us in 2020 and picked up a bronze medal as part of that pursuit. So this guy is ridden at the highest level. You are looking at a Paralympian solo off the front in Ryan Penny. This is going to be a good battle for this group of 3 as well. Locked in here. Showing 5 on the counter. there's some good sprinters in that group. Going to be interesting to watch that finish out of the group of 3.
Really nice shot in that big screen as they're coming around that turn. We have about 5 riders all in line working together, but in the meantime, coming up with 4 laps to go, the unstoppable Penny. Hugging one side of the road, getting ready to be able to tackle that turn. You got to be able to hit the apex in just the right way. A lot of times with these riders, when they go into a U-turn or a tight turn, they can have the tendency, without experience, to be able to tip and flip over. And that's what makes a challenging L-shaped course. 8 corners right here at the Blue Dome. Very challenging for many of our riders that are out there. Come on, Abishai, you're doing awesome. Abishai putting in a big effort right there. There's that orange jersey right behind him, and that's going to be Casey Faulkner. And here's the group right here all together. Tactics and strategy playing out right now, trying to be able to figure out who's going to do the work by riding on the front. Awesome job, Jeff. Keep her going. That's Jeff Dixon. He's coming out of Duncan, Oklahoma. Riders' lap cards are up. It's going to be 4 to go. 4 to go. 4 to go. Leading that group, Dan Stites, coming out of Dover, Minnesota. Race leaders, all riders. 3 to go, 3 to go. All of our para-athletes, it's 3 laps to go. Todd Richardson coming out of Travelers Rest, South Carolina. He races for Team Alive Day, and that rider in the white jersey that just came by, he is a current national champion in his category. Pro Women, just so you know, staging is at Frankfurt Street. Once again, for Pro Women, your staging, you'll be entering the course at Frankfurt Street. We have riders all spread out in our hand cycle event, so make sure to stay off the course until everybody is in and finished. And once again, all riders staging for the Pro Men as well on Frankfurt Street.
Gabby Platt back to the front of her group, setting tempo up there. Tulsa's own in the green jersey, going to lead her 3 breakaway companions through to make it 4. All right, here we go. Leader on the way back through. Ryan Penny going to see 2 laps to go. Helping out Tulsa. It is getting hot out there at 2 to go for Ryan Penny. Down to 2 to go, Ryan. These riders going to see 2 on the counter as well. Help them out. Looking good. Powering through. It's one of the toughest courses they see. Andrew Hairston crushing the hill.
Yeah, this long uphill and coming out of that turn 8, it's a long, gradual drag. No time for recovery, even on the backside. Long straightaways where they're going to have to continue to be able to push out the big effort to get their way around. Riders spread out all over this race course, doing a fantastic job. It's 2 to go, 2 to go. Look at that grimace on this long, gradual uphill, going through turn number 1, waiting for our leader to be able to come around. He's been flying around this course. Once again, 30 minutes of racing. This group, this should be a great finish once we get around with 2 laps to go. Ooh, they might not be able to make it because if they are caught, they're all finished on the same lap. Gonna have to wait to be able to see how this plays out, but right now, the Don Thornton Automotive Group, these riders should be able to stay away. Your leader's behind you right now. It's 2 to go. If you get caught, then it's gonna be your last lap. Stay in front of them.
Meanwhile, here is Penny getting ready to head out for 1 lap to go. Let him hear you down to 1 to go here, guys. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. Ryan Penny leading them out for 1 lap to go. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Awesome job, Emma, my official bell ringer, doing a fantastic job for our leader with 1 to go. Let's keep the bell rolling right now because everybody gets 1 to go. Ring it.
Down to 1 to go, riders. Everybody going to get the bell for 1 lap to go. They'll all finish on the leader's lap, so it is 1 to go for all riders on course coming through the line. They're all going to get the bell.
One to go, riders. It's bell lap, your final lap. Race within a race. Bell to go. 1 to go, 1 to go. One to go, 1 to go, 1 to go.
Lead moto up and around the final turn. You should be looking at the return of your champion. Ryan Penny has built the gap, and now he will make his return to the line. Tulsa, help me welcome your first hand cycling champion. It's Ryan Penny.
Riders all coming in to finish. This is your finish right here. All done. Nice job, riders. All done. All done. Man, what a relief to be able to coast. All riders, all done. Great race out there, but Penny, unstoppable, coming out of Arizona. Gotta say, he's probably used to the heat. Not a problem here in Tulsa for Penny.
2, 1, let's go!
I'm a bit of a fight. Hit her with the left, right. Swing it till I die. Hit her with the left, right. Swing it till I die. Hit her with the left, right. Swing it till I die.
Good evening and welcome to St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We are here in Tulsa, Oklahoma to kick off Critmas right here at the Super Bowl of Criterium Racing. I'm Gabe Lloyd and this is Daniel Holloway, and we are here tonight in the Zico broadcast booth, of course brought to you by Quick Trip, more than just a gas station. They are our presenting sponsor of our broadcast, and big thanks to them. We're going to kick off tonight with an amazing recap of our 2024 racing right here at the McNellie's Group Blue Dome with our professional women's field. Full gas racing here throughout the evening last season. As we can see, so many of our women at the front, clustering near the front. DNA Pro Cycling, which is no longer with us, but many of their athletes are returning to us this season to make an impact on this evening's race. LA Sweat is returning, and they are bringing in a hit squad here tonight. But of course, we are going to see the shoulders of Legion of Los Angeles, as they did last season, bringing their riders to the front. And of course, we will be expecting the one and only Kendall Ryan to be up near the front here this evening. And Kendall taking the win here last season with arms up. She's going to look to repeat that feat here this year.
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, we're both very tactical racers. We've raced against these girls a lot. We know kind of what they like to do. We know what our strengths are, what their strengths are. So I think even though we have a small team, we know how to race smart and can still be there in the sprint at the end for sure.
So because this is the two of you, will you be targeting the overall or individual key stages?
I mean, I think both. I think we'd like to go for the overall as well as the individual stages. I know Riley wants to go for the ACC sprint jersey, so we're going to be targeting that at tomorrow's race for the ACC race. But yeah, overall, we'd like to go for a good overall result for both of us, trying to get both of us in the top 10 and then do as best we can in the individual days too.
First things first, are you targeting individual stages or the overall or all of the above?
My dream would be to win all 3 days. Yeah, I think the first and second day suit me a lot. So, yeah, just kind of not being a crybaby about it, and winning the last day would be good.
That was Olivia Cummins and Kendall Ryan. Those two had quite the battle in 2023, which Daniel and I will certainly delve into later on. We've got our American Criterium Cup kicking off here tonight, though. This is the first of 6 stages. We open up the season right here at McNellie's Group Blue Dome. But last season, Skylar Schneider taking the overall. Riley McMullen is racing with us here tonight as part of the Virginia's Blue Ridge 2028 program. Paulo Munoz also racing with us. Both those women on different programs. Alexis Magner in 4th last season, also racing with us tonight. So we're going to absolutely see a big battle for the American Criterium Cup standings that kicks off right here tonight at McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium. We got our course map coming right up, and Daniel Holloway is the expert in this department. Daniel, let's walk us through our McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium course.
Yeah, 8 corners here at Blue Dome, extended backstretch, if you will, between corner 2, corner 3, and then corner 4 into corner 5. So a lot of room to move up. And then east second going into the last 2 corners is your last chance to get into position. Top 5 or better needs to happen. If you carry a lot of momentum, you can kind of come from a little further back. But if you're a powerful sprinter, leading it out is key.
And of course, before we get into our racing, we're going to call up some of the primary protagonists in our field here today. Of course, this is a challenging feat to do because this field is absolutely stacked with the top talent in the country. We've got Kendall Ryan going to be called up here tonight. Kendall having won here so many times, including last year, as we saw in the Open. And when we spoke to her last night at Ride with the Pros, she had a lot of things to say about her ambitions beyond what you just saw in the Open this evening. And of course, we will be talking about her. So here comes Kendall. She is also our reigning U.S. Elite National Champion. So an honor to have the Stars and Stripes racing with us here tonight. Olivia Cummins also racing with us. Now Olivia having been scored winning the McNellie's Group Blue Dome race here in 23 in a hotly contested score there. So we will see these two coming at each other one more time here tonight. Legendary Erica Carney racing with us. Erica having found success here in Tulsa and in the American Criterium Cup Series back in her day. Nice to have Erica returning to the call-up list for us this evening. Paula Munoz is going to be racing with us. Here's Erica, racing for Caribbean Breeze, it looks like, this evening. Paula Munoz from Chile, the Olympian, racing with us. Also a Pan Am champion. Nice to have her representing Fearless Friend, presented by Roberte. That's a program out of Lambertville, New Jersey, and it's a great squad. They have some very strong riders in that lineup for us this evening, and Daniel and I will get into that later on this evening. There she is.
Up next, we welcome your current under 23-year-old.
Our U23 National Criterium champion, Cassie Hickey, joining us this evening. She's racing for CCB Levine Law Group. Cassie going to be one to watch. She had a very strong finish, obviously, at Nationals, but she's also been a collegiate national champion in her own right, and so we can't forget any of that stuff as we are getting into the evening, as we delve deeper into the racing dynamic.
She was your overall Speed Week winner, hailing from Cuba.
Next up on the list, we're going to have Elena Cordero coming up, representing the Kingdom Elite Racing Program. She was the winner of Speed Week, and so of course we will be seeing how she brings all of that skill and fitness and racing savvy to the front line here this evening.
We'll go
there
from
she is.
Cuba to Great Britain. Up next, a former Criterium national champion
and the final call-up for our pro women here this evening will be none other than two-time world champion and Olympian Meg Barker from Great Britain. She is on our friend Alec Briggs's Techers program, and they have this will wrap out their American stint of racing. Nice to have Meg on the front line. She was on the podium at the Tour of Somerville just a few weeks ago. She and her teammate Josie Knight, both two-time world champions in the team pursuit and both Olympians for Great Britain. So awesome to have those strong women racing with us here tonight. Now, Daniel, here we go. We got our call-ups. We got our field coming through. Let's dive into some light predictions here before we take a single pedal stroke. You've been studying this start list here, and what are some of your initial thoughts on the night, race dynamic, and otherwise?
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Like we mentioned kind of in the pre-show that, DNA has dispersed, right? So some of the talent has been moved throughout the peloton, so that's kind of nice to see. It changes the dynamic a little bit. With Virginia Blue Ridge 25 only having two riders here, but ultra experienced. Olivia has Riley McMullen to really shepherd around and put her in position. So she's going to have somebody in the finale to hopefully not get her into a position where she was in with Kendall before. Ideally, Riley's going to put her in front of that scenario. Like, that's what they're going to be looking to do. Then we have Kingdom Elite, right? They're just coming off a USA Crits win. We saw that program last year really kind of carry momentum. Like, they were putting themselves forward. It seems like they've, kind of learned that, put themselves, now they're coming into Tulsa weekend with a win.
We're about to start this race here right now. A big thanks to John Zink for these cold flares that we're about to see at the start of the race. Very cool dramatics being put on. Big thanks to John Zink for presenting that and stepping forward and supporting their local Tulsa Tough, St. Francis Tulsa Tough event. And there we go, Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu calling the shots on the start-finish line. And we'll get those John Zink flares going as soon as we can. Meanwhile, these ladies are so fast, already past turn one coming by us, and Erica Carney, first rider through turn number one. What about one rider like Erica Carney here this evening? She's so much experience, but she's in a very different phase of her life at this point.
Yeah, she's a mother now, which is really cool to see her take time away, start her family, be a mom. She's really doing big things off the bike as well. But for her to come back with a clear head, out here to have fun, but you can't count her out. Ultra experience that goes very far, especially on a course like this. And if she's got any bit of fitness, she's going to be, top five for sure, right? But what she's kind of probably going to be missing is that killer instinct, right? It's like, I'm a dad out there on a bike now as well. She's going to be a mom out there, and there's just 1%, 2% that just like, that killer instinct is there, but it's not as sharp as it once was.
Well, with the shuffling of the field a little bit, because we had a few programs dissolve and then others sort of spring up, and a few of them have stepped forward. We've seen them racing in the past few weeks, just sort of starting through alphabetically on our start sheet here. The Aegis Cycling Foundation, they're bringing Lauren Stevens, but then Kenna Pfeiffer. I'd like to highlight her real quick, just only because I just saw her race at the Tour of Somerville. She was by herself. She freelanced, and we saw on Ron Short's drone footage of that event. She raced really well in those final few laps and positioned herself very well. Last night when we talked to Lauren Stevens at Ride with the Pros, she actually highlighted Pfeiffer as a potential for this. How essential is the positioning, and what is more of a priority, positioning or raw fitness?
I mean, positioning for sure, right? Especially on a course like this, there's so many corners. The sprinted line is short, even though there's a hill, so there can be some movement there. But for a rider like that, she's going to have, one of the strongest women in the field, Lauren, to really get her in position. So we're going to see the last couple of laps, a couple of these teams, especially the, teams with only 2 or 3 riders, be really fighting for position. And we don't really have too many teams with full 6 squad to take control and do that. So, but Lauren right now, I think, is, she's been doing a big program the last couple of years, a lot of gravel, a lot of long distance stuff, but we can kind of see she's not as sharp in that, but when she's on the skinny tires, she's actually doing really, really good this year. So Lauren's going to be in a really good position to help take care of her, and then I think we're going to see more of Lauren later this weekend.
Yeah, second at the Road National Championships, only to Kristen Faulkner. So I think Stevens showing very good form, and then she just did Unbound.
Yep.
So she got this deep fitness. Now we have seen athletes in the past try to do Unbound and then come here, and that didn't really go so well, but we will see how Lauren, if maybe she changes the historical nature of that combination.
I mean, Lauren's special, and again, I think we've seen it that on the road bike this year, she's better than she is on the gravel bike. So I think Crybaby Hill is where she's gonna shine this weekend.
Just taking a look at the screen here right now, we've got Techers on the front, and they only have 2 riders, Meg Barker, Josie Knight. Right, and so both of them, they went to the Olympics for Team Pursuit. They've won 2 world championships in that discipline, but we're in the first third of the race. Everyone's fresh. What's the tactic right now by Techers?
Well, for these gals, they haven't been here, right? They've never done this course. They don't know the tarmac. They don't, the ins and outs like they may at their home races. So it's not like she's going crazy hard, but she's just getting some laps in at the front to see what it all looks like before kind of looking for somewhere to kind of hide and go recover. So it's more, I think probably she's just not been here. She wants to go take a look at everything. And I think as we see, she's kind of sliding back to get out of the wind.
Well, then the next rider to come to the front is Olympic silver medalist Bryony Botha of New Zealand. She's on the Fearless Femme presented by Robertet program. Botha getting a silver medal in Team Pursuit as well in Paris. And she also raced with us in T-Town, my T-Town, which is Truxlertown, Pennsylvania, at the Valley Preferred Cycling Center. So I know that she has a lot of sort of diesel power, I would call it, just raw power. Another pursuiter on the front this early, but I think I'm going to pull from what you just said. She's never raced this before. She's also just trying to keep herself and her teammates like Paula Munoz and Odette Lynch safe.
Maybe not safe, but again, she's just having a look at the front. But she's for Paula, that's a ace in the hand, right? To have a rider like Bryony on her side, right? There's a small squad, 4 riders this year, or at this race, but I think it's a really kind of a sweet spot with the talent they have to move around really fast. Sometimes when you have 6 riders, it's hard to, on a course like this with 8 corners, move all 6 at once. You can kind of move 4 around if it's tight and you know the course well.
And as Bryony continues to set the pace, her teammate Odette Lynch of Australia, very young rider. Well, to me, young rider. She's 21 years old. She got herself on the podium both at Easton and Somerville on our race weekend against wasn't this deep of a field, but challenging course in Easton. Somerville's challenging for a different reason because there's very little attrition. But she found herself on the podium in both of those events. So she's proving herself as a fast sprinter, but how does this fast sprinter like that sort of keep themselves protected in a race with this many starters and this many ambitious legs?
Yeah, I mean, I think riders like that are new to Tulsa, new to this style, of course, is you kind of go find Alexis Ryan. You go find Kendall Ryan and watch how they're riding, like where they're positioning, where they're pedaling, where they're coasting. And it's really important for a rider that's never experienced this. Go find a veteran. Go find somebody who's been here, see how they're riding the course, the lines they're choosing, when they are spending energy and not spending energy, right? And these level of, foreigners will learn really quick. It'll only take them 2, 3, 4 laps to pick up the cues and know what the other riders are thinking. Just the race IQ is so high and they learn so fast. So they're only going to need a couple of laps to figure it out.
And we see Kendall on the shot right there. She's wearing her U.S. National Champions jersey, and we will continue to keep an eye on her and see where she is positioning herself. She thinks that the finish here tonight is going to be relatively fast because there's so many aggressive, motivated riders looking for success here. But she's done really well over the past few years here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome event. Let's take a look at where she's at right now. There she is one more time. Now, we actually got a chance to talk to Kendall last night at Ride with the Pros, and she actually highlighted something very interesting to me. I don't know if we have that clip available, but it was, she was saying that her biggest fear within the race is her sister, Alexis. What do you think about that, Daniel?
I mean, she's 100% right. I mean, they have been lockstep for the last 4 years, I think, on Legion, or when Alexis came back to America. And so you just have that, like, unspeakable bond as sisters racing together like they did as juniors, knowing every move, knowing exactly what each other wants and needs, in the moment, or corner to corner, right? And now they're battling, right? Like, you're trying to find a new body language to try to throw off your sister, who knows you better than anybody else in the field,
right?
And trying to be crafty. Cinsica Racing has, I think, a full squad here, or four riders.
Yeah.
And Tess Edwards and Chloe Patrick and Natalie Quinn, where Kendall only has Laurel Rathbun and Holly Breck, which, I mean, are with 2 riders you would want. If you were going to, like, hey, I would like 2 riders to, shepherd me around Tulsa, it's, Laurel Rathbun and Holly Breck are on your short list of absolute wants. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic. I think, Legion is going to play coy the first half, kind of out of sight, out of mind, try to put pressure on other teams to keep the pace higher, do work, and then say, hey, it's really important for us to be as fresh as possible, as deep as possible into the race to set it up for Kendall. If it's going to get into this, we have like 6 teams that have 3 or 4 people. You got to be as fresh as possible to win that fight. And then we're going to have these 2-person squads or 6-person squads that are going to try to leverage the race into their favor. You're going to see Techers maybe try to take, go fast, really kind of do this on-off race, I think, to just kind of make it hard and see if they can get the elastic to snap. Or the 6-rider teams just have people that can be dedicated to work the whole race and not be super important to finish, but just keep it fast, keep it together, chase anything that needs to be chased down.
Let's take a look at what's happening on screen. I wanted to point out this red jersey in the QRT Racing. That's Gina Ricardo, number 49. She's wearing the red jersey tonight, number 49, as she comes by. She's on the wheel of Brioni, I believe, as they come through. Ricardo, one of the dark horses of tonight, I think, Daniel, because she has actually won a bunch of races down in the Oceania area. She's from Australia. She is Australian, and this is still one of her first forays into American Criterium racing. In the Easton Somerville weekend, at least, she was very proactive. She didn't end up in the podium, but she was always up and hunting near the front. She's doing that right now, and she has Cara Lilly and Megan Simpleton as teammates out there. But Ricardo, early on, trying to stay near the front. Is that the similar tactic to what we saw with Meg and Brioni right now? Just finding that tarmac, keeping it safe, and trying to use as little energy as possible, because we know in the second third of this race, things are going to ratchet up.
Yeah, and again, just kind of these foreign riders come here, they don't know the whole peloton. They don't know the depth. Like, you can look at a start list and be like, oh, I know that Kendall Ryan has won a lot. I know who her teammates are. I know who Alexis Ryan is. But the kind of unknown riders, you've got to figure it out, what teams behave a certain way, what riders behave a certain way, and stay safe before you kind of start making decisions or go a little further back to really save energy. And it's interesting if we talk about the Australian or Oceania riders, like a New Zealand crit or an Australian crit, and then the UK riders coming from their scene, is like Tulsa blends those courses. Australians do a lot of hot dog crits, so just a lot of like just big straightaways, U-turns, so just big on-off, on-off. UK crits are really technical, super narrow, so they've got really good technical skills, but not a ton of like absolutely high-speed cornering like you do here in the U.S.
Right. But we're seeing them start to use the out of turn 8 up through the start finish to 1. They're starting to already this early on. We're 11 and a half minutes into racing, and that was actually, again, Ricardo driving that pace through that only real elevation shift that we see here and pulling 4 riders away early on. But we're still so early in this race. Is that too much energy too early? Like you were just talking about the aggressive tactic, but is it too much too soon? Like, look how many women are still just chilling.
Yeah, but if you just ride an easy race, that means everybody's fresh.
Yeah.
You know, if you really feel confident in your fitness, you know, and you kind of strategically put work out there, you want to wear people down. You know, whether it is your outright sprint competition or just some of their teammates. If if these change of paces also affect the lead-out riders, right? So if you're trying to take some sharpness out of Holly Breck, if you're trying to take some sharpness out of Chloe Patrick, you know, to put it in your favor a little bit, you know, if those teams aren't racing, you've got to do something to try to move the race into your realm.
But it looks like Ricardo continues to set the pace on the front all by herself, and we don't see the other KRT, QRT jerseys. Shout out to that program, by the way. They do a great job getting a lot of new people on bikes. They do these amazing big group rides, not dissimilar to our Ride with the Pros or our Project Dude Man that Brad Huff is doing here in Tulsa, or the Divas that also occur in Indy and here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we would love to support all these big programs that get more people on bikes. So a little shout out there to KRT, QRT in the Mid-Atlantic and West Coast for doing that and getting in front of us and getting a little bit of airtime. Let's take a look now. I want to jump into the green jerseys of Fount real quick, right? So we got Andrea Butine, Andrea Sear, 2 historically strong women there on the Miami Knights together with Paula Munoz. Sear has won a jersey in the ACC in the past, I believe. And so she is sort of patrolling up near the front right now. She's sort of hard to see, but she's about middle of the screen in the green shoulders. Sear, do you think Sear will be one to consider? She's had some bad luck here at McNellie's Blue Dome in the past, but putting that aside, let's just say all things are going to be good. You think she'll be one to look for this evening?
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't have the outright speed as a Kendall Ryan or an Alexis or some of the other gals, but, you know, if she, you know, potentially takes the risk and goes for a lead out, you know, again, if it happens behind you, it happens behind you rather than in front of you. So if she's going to have podium success here, she's probably got to take a gamble and go early. And it's, you know, definitely harder to get past than to pass, or it's harder to pass people than to get past. I think I'm saying that right. But basically, when in doubt, lead it out.
There you go.
If you're not just like pure speed, because again, you don't know how the other riders are feeling. You know, the other fast riders could just have a bad day, and you know you're on a good one. But if Andrews is just going to kind of play it to follow wheels into the finish, I don't think that's going to suit her to really get a podium finish. She's got to take the chance, go early.
We're on now. We're about 15 minutes into racing now, and Bryony Botha of Fearless Femme presented by Robert has pretty much led most of the laps. If we had a lap leader for this race, she would be in that jersey right now. Again, we haven't seen any of the other ones. Is this Alexi Ramirez coming to the front right now?
Yep.
That's nice to see, but Bryony's right there, second wheel. I mean, again, I'm seeing a lot of, we're behind them. The field is very quickly becomes 4, 5, 6 wide.
Yeah, so we're at a moderate pace. You know, we haven't seen a lot of attacks fly. We haven't seen a team really kind of put the pace on, except for
Gina Ricardo
for that little bit of period of time. But if we kind of look as just a marker in that light blue and pink shorts, that's Erica Carney.
Okay.
Right? So tell me, like, the most experienced maybe here out of Tulsa. she doesn't need to ride the front, right, to figure things out. She doesn't need to be around riders. Like, she already knows the peloton, right? Even though she's took a step back, she was watching. She's very familiar with everybody, so she's going to sit in that perfect pocket. And then if we start expanding out there and really looking into that circle, you're going to start noticing who's she's going to be riding by. Like Holly Breck is probably going to be around her. Alexis Ryan is going to be around her. Chloe Patrick, you know, kind of all of our top 10 riders, you're going to see them just start moving around in that pocket, and then their teammates are going to kind of be either in front of them or behind them, making pace or, you know, kind of moving around. But
So here's a question for you, though. I was noticing on the last lap, or maybe 2 laps ago now, that Riley McMullen and Olivia Cummins together, but very far forward, almost not following this prescription you just outlined, which I think is a very smart one. But why are Riley and Olivia so far forward? Because we're still a little bit out from ACC sprints, so the jersey thing isn't really a piece of the puzzle at the moment in time. What's the strategy there by those two? It's only 2 Virginia Blue Ridge riders.
yeah, it's just kind of, you know, if you're riding as a team, even though it's 2, and you're riding together in a certain position, it kind of tells everybody else around, like, hey, we're going to be at the front. This is where we want to be, you know. And if we're doing it together, then you kind of hold your spot, right? Like, you kind of just start inking it in, saying, you know, we're going to be 6th wheel, you know, we're going to be 8th wheel. That's kind of where we want to be. Versus like individual riders, you're not claiming spots. It's when you start getting 2, 3, 4, 5 riders lined up is where you can say, this is our spot. You know, this is where our team is going to be hanging out.
Okay. Well, all right, we're about 18 minutes into racing here at the first night of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. This is the McNellie's Group Blue Dome Criterium, and it is one of America's toughest 8-turn criteriums because of the stacked depth of field that we have right now. Currently in a race situation, everybody's all together, and we are still looking for sort of the second third of racing to come into play. 18 minutes past, we're looking at about 1/3 of the race about to conclude. Big thanks right now to Quick Trip. They're more than a gas station. They are our presenting sponsor of the St. Francis Tulsa Tough live stream, so big thanks to them. And of course, Zico for bringing us our broadcast tent this year. Thanks to those 2 sponsors for stepping up. And we also don't want to forget the Dawn Thornton Auto Group for providing us with our pace cars this evening, and the John Zink flares that will be going off at the start-finish line throughout the night. There we go with the Don Thornton Group. They're bringing us all these very cool cars.
Yeah, the CTS Blackwing. That is a rocket ship.
Is it 6-speed? It could be. It's one of the few left that's a manual.
Yes. Well, I think, yeah, the Blackwing cars are definitely, some of them do come equipped with manual, but that is a supercar wrapped in a very non-discreet.
They should let us drive.
Commentate from the car.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Kingdom Elite on the front right now. We haven't said too much about them, even though they won some USA Crit stuff and some Speed Week stuff. So Kingdom Elite looking at doing some stuff. And so we're now looking at the front of this race right now.
And you can see there was an acceleration there that kind of strung things out, because you can see still the back is lined out and the front is mushrooming. But now it's like we're 20 minutes in. It's the first third. We should really start to see the teams with 6 riders. So CCB, Levine Law Group coming to the front. They should be active because they have the team depth. Ride or Die, another full-size team. Kingdom Elite, Golden State Blazers. This is time to start using your riders. You know, start using your depth in your team to make it a hard race. Put pressure on, you know, Virginia Blue Ridge, who has 2 riders. Even Sensica, they only have 4. You need to start putting pressure into these smaller programs, even though they might be strong. If you're going to, you know, try to put your team in a position to podium.
Look at this. We're starting to see some action here on the left side of the road. I believe that's a Legion-ish. It's hard to tell from the drone, but I love these drone shots, right? I love seeing the field in this way because we can really see it. We got 4 on the front. Oh, man, Ricardo is doing such a nice job tonight just covering so many things. She's in the 4th wheel right now, I believe. Yes, that is the KRT jersey fourth wheel. So hats off to her. But Kingdom Elite now really driving, as Danny was just articulating, that this is the time for teammates to come forward. This is the point in the race where legs have sort of opened up, and we now need to turn the screws. We now need to be in a position of starting to whittle down the other sprint legs, and Kingdom has the depth in numbers. They've got the advantage here, and they need to start using that, I believe, and I think that's what I'm seeing. Right?
Yeah, because it's, it's not wasted energy if it's single file and Laurel Rathbun is 45 wheels back and needs to move up. If you keep the pace high, the only option is for her to ride faster than the front. That's a big effort. So if you have your team that can kind of keep the pace high, it puts stress, again, on these other teams that if they want to move up, they've got to go out in the wind and not, but the experienced riders are going to know, okay, if I'm just a little patient, the pace may come off. So those teams that have the depth just need to do their best to keep the pace continually on, so riders out of position, key riders, top 10 riders, or their helpers need to spend more energy than they would prefer to get in position and help their leaders.
Just taking a look here real quick at this drone shot as we come through into a very critical point in this race, because this is actually the turn where your positioning starts to be very important. And I'm trying to, I haven't heard yet if we've had a preem yet. I'd love to see a preem or two start to pop up to really start to expose where the pop and the legs are for the 90. Because I feel like we haven't yet seen real shifts in speed. We've seen Gina Ricciardo start to push pace a bit. Lovely here FPV perspective from our drone operators as they back out. Here you can see a little bit more of the field but they're sort of fence to fence still at this moment in time.
So 100 cash.
100 cash. Okay, great. So great. Thank you, Brad and Frankie. Brad Soner and Frankie Andreu on the stage here tonight at Tulsa Top, because this is a Super Bowl of bike racing. And so we've got those two here. And then, again, I'm Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway joining me tonight, and we're calling all the shots for you guys here this evening. Now, this is going to be for the bikers cycling team, Flor Esperanzanto. She is the girlfriend of Cesar Marte. The two of them were talking to me last night. Esperanzanto has been the Dominican Republic national champion in the past. Not currently the Dominican Republic national champion, but she does have the ability to pop a sprint off. We haven't seen too much of her quite yet this season, but perhaps maybe $100 preem will start to bring them to the forefront. But I'm really looking at what's the dynamic going to be here in the next few hundred meters, right? Who's there? Which jersey do I see? Brioni still. I see Gina Ricciardo still, but are we going to see a little foray into a prelude to a sprint?
I'm going to say no. I think, the women that are really shooting for the podium are just going to keep their powder dry as long as possible.
$100 though.
Yeah.
Huh? They got to buy us drinks.
It's not enough to get those riders up in action. $500, $1,000. You might call your heavy hitter to be like, hey, this is a good one for the team.
I might lose you from the booth if they call that. Right, so we're going to see what our dynamic will be. Daniel's calling this as a no-go on accelerations for the field, but LA Sweat is moving themselves up towards the front. Is that Laurel?
It is Laurel.
Okay, so Laurel's going for some monies. Look at where she's positioned herself. She positioned herself first wheel through turn 7. To get that.
But this is like a really good example of kind of a long sprint versus Gina, who kind of sat the wheel. And there's only that much room for movement in the final sprint. So, like I was saying, if Andrea Sear was to lead it out, there's only so much space for so many riders to pass her if she's really kind of going for that podium spot.
Look at his counterattack here by Andrea Sear. Dr. Sear coming to action right now. She's now hitting this hard. This is what I was talking about earlier, that she's bringing the action to the front. She needs this split. She needs to do something that improves her odds against this field. She's watched Brioni, who covered this actually, to start to weaken. She needs to snap the thread a little bit. Generally speaking, Daniel, it's a good move to counter a preem sprint, correct?
Yeah, because you let those that are sprinting for the money raise the pace, get it to top end, and use that momentum to counterattack.
Let's take a look at this final sprint as Gina Ricardo comes out, and the edge motorbike blocks it a little bit, but I believe Gina got that $100, and that is the prelude that I was looking for, right? I wanted to see if Ricardo is here to sprint, and because she's been positioning well, could she back it up with a win in a sprint going against Laurel Rothman? And she did. And I think that's cool to see, right? We're seeing the individual riders still being very forthright against these larger squads that have really dominated this race the past 3 years.
Yeah, definitely when I was racing, sometimes I would use a preem as a test. You know, just what does an effort feel like through the last corner with, you know, more speed than kind of the rest of the race? You know, what does that effort look like from, you know, the final corner or, you know, the 200, 150, 50 line? And since you're not typically sprinting against all of the top sprinters, it could be, you know, an 80%, 90% effort. Now we see Grace Arlitzen for automatic countering, again, maybe a little too late. I'd like to see it a little quicker from the Andrea attack. That, you know, even a half lap sometimes is a little too much. You really want to kind of keep the speed high. That way, if anybody's chasing, you know, gaps can really start to open. Now this is kind of the biggest gap with Byrony from Fearless Femme.
A few weeks ago, I worked an event in Conshohocken, Pennsylvania called the Simon's Hart Conchi Classic, and we had Automatic and Fearless Femme there, and the two of them rode away earlier than this in the race, but the two of them worked together. Bryony ended up winning the race against Kim Stovall, but it was still a solid ride, and the tactics that we saw Kim that day is exactly what we see Grace doing right now. So this is familiar territory for Automatic, right? Waiting and then like hit it, right?
Yeah, and you can see the field as long as it's been all night, with just the pace being for 3-4 laps, it's really strung it out. And so again, catching the other riders out of position if they want to move up, it's a bigger effort. And then also now these two ladies have to kind of go all in for 3 laps and test the field, because that's about what it's going to take for a majority of the helper bees in the back to want to take a rest. So you have to be able to, in the front, dig in, kind of overextend yourself, and get to that point where a majority of the peloton is going to want to break. And then that's where you're going to see the gap grow. It's going to kind of stabilize at 5-7 seconds, and you just kind of have to hold it there and grit your teeth and then wait for the field to want some recovery. But now we have a rider from CCB wanting to bridge across with Holly Breck in tow.
It's Cassie Hickey, yeah. So Cassie senses the danger right now with Bryony and Grace. And so your U23 National Criterium champion hitting out. Cassie also a very strong rider because she races a lot of cyclocross. And so she's got sort of this deep fitness of being able to sit at threshold for a very extended period of time through technical elements. And so she's leveraging a lot of that experience. Don't forget, too, Hickey is a national road champion in the collegiate level. And so Hickey could pop across to this. We'll see if she can get there. And we'll also see whether or not she's dragging other people across, right? If she can get through clean. Right now she's a little clean, but look at this behind. We got a furious chase right now, stringing the field out, but it looks to me like, is it LA or Legion of Los Angeles trying to bring this back? Because I think this is going to be one too many people for them to be comfortable with that going up the road.
Yeah, and now if, again, this is a good chance for, you know, even Alexis Ryan we see there in good position, you know, to pop across. She would put a lot of pressure on a lot of other teams if she just went, you know, for her it would take her, you know, less than a half lap to probably go across this gap, and it would send absolute alarm bells to everybody else. It would be something I'd like to see, but now we kind of see again, it's been 2 laps and the field needs a break. You know, so this is where, again, these two riders need to kind of keep the bit between the teeth, keep the pace high, and extend that break.
Look at this cadence shift too, man. So we're going to watch the feed. Both of us, so I talk about bikes more than I race them nowadays, but I look at feet a lot. When I'm at the Valley Preferred Cycling Center, I try to figure out what gear people are riding on the velodrome by looking at feet cadence. And Bryony riding much lower cadence than Grace Arlitzen right now. To me, that says that Grace is suffering more than Bryony.
It's possibly, it could be just personal preference, and just depending on where their course is. You know, the shot we see from corner 1 down the finish line is it doesn't give you any perception of the ramp, right? You come out of the last corner, and the first half of that sprint is gradual, and then it kicks. So in a breakaway, you'll see kind of you come out of the corner, a larger gear, and as the road kicks up, you're going to shift up 1 or 2 to have the leg speed, have that, and carry the momentum instead of just grind it out. Yeah. So you can kind of see Grace there, just lower gear, and then the road kicks up just that much, and her leg speed's going to go up. She's going to shift up, take the outright load up, and just higher RPM just for that short period of time into corner 1.
So we used to say, I'm going to dive into your track experience here real quick. We used to say that trackies would have higher cadence all the time because the gear inches we'd ride on the velodrome would be not as big as they are now.
Yep.
Bryony, current Olympic silver medalist from a team pursuit, are the gear inches that the New Zealand squad or any other squad is riding, are they so big now that she's now just sort of trying to power into a track pursuit mode and riding that cadence?
Yeah, very much a lot of the track riders, team pursuit riders, are using really big gears, right? So where they find their comfort used to be 130 RPMs, was kind of where their power band was. Now it's down to like 105, 110 probably, And then you go onto the road where the speed's not as high, right? On the team pursuit, they're riding 60K an hour, 65K an hour. Right? And now out here, these gals are probably riding around 50 plus or minus depending on the course, etc. So having that, they're probably going to back it down to like 95 RPM. Okay. And that's going to be kind of in her torque power zone comparative to the track, so to speak.
That's why Daniel Holloway's here, ladies and gentlemen. He's got that in-depth knowledge. He's got a PhD on bike racing. Awesome to have him here in the booth today in our Zico broadcast tent. And big thanks again to Quick Trip for bringing us our broadcast overall. If you're tuning in and you're on YouTube, you're welcome to throw us a comment or two. We are trying to be responsive to the questions that we've asked. Somebody asked earlier whether or not LA Sweat has changed their kit. Well, reminder that Justin Williams is an artist through and through, and yes, they have new kits out here today because Tulsa Tough is sort of like the fashion reveal for that squad every year. So yes, new kits are being worn by Legion of Los Angeles, and then LA Sweat, it looks like, also changing the kit. LA Sweat, a very design-driven program, and yes, they have changed their kit once again for the squad. So we'll keep you up to date. Thanks for the questions. Hit us up on YouTube or go to tulsatough.com and you can find a link there. Right now on the screen, we've got Bryony Baltha in the blue with the red helmet. She's racing for Fearless Femme, presented by Roberte. That's a great program out of Lambertville, New Jersey, that has a strong history of solid results. Bryony Baltha with the red helmet on the front right now. She is from New Zealand. She's an Olympic silver medalist, and awesome to have her racing with us. Behind her for automatic racing is Grace Arlinson. Grace is a fantastic racer, and she is able to go pole for pole with our Olympic silver medalist on the squad. This is the biggest breakaway that we've seen so far today. We're going to start to look at the gap because, Daniel, as soon as riders are out of sight here, that becomes very dangerous because the foreshortening of the lens on any of the corner cams doesn't really show you how far ahead they are.
Yeah, and it's out of sight, out of mind. If you have the riders that have been chasing the last couple of laps, they go to look for recovery. Riders that are 20 back may not even know, especially if they don't have good team communication, rider communication. So sometimes there's a lot of just riders from the middle of the field that get to the front because the pace is slowed down, may not even fully understand that there's two riders off the road to know they need to, chase. It might be kind of some of these riders that are, new to the pro field and they're getting to the front for the first time and may not have full awareness to know, they're just like, oh my God, I'm at the front of this race for the first time at Tulsa. I'm going to save energy. They don't have the full awareness, right? And they can, again, not help extend the pace, but kind of help the breakaway. So again, with some of the depth of teams, they've got to be the ones to communicate. There might be some kind of games being played between some of the powerhouse teams that don't have full squads to say, we're okay to give this one away, right? Like, you guys chase, no, you guys chase, and a little bit of bluffing going on because it's hard out there, especially with two riders on this course. It's bumpy. It's hard to carry a lot of momentum. you know, there's not a lot of wind tonight like we've seen, but this course wears on you.
Yep.
So riders like Alexis will probably communicate to her team to say, hey, we're okay with a 20-second leash, because these gals are going to be out there for 25 minutes before we get to 5 to go. So their rate of fatigue, right, is going to be on this scale of just like a big drop-off when the field is ramping in those last 5. But there's a sweet spot to not let it get it too far.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, mentally, the breakaway goes, oh my God, that gap is big and it's 5 to go. Like, we're going to do this. We just gotta just go for it.
So you're reminding me of something that I had a conversation with last night at Ride with the Pros, that one of the athletes we spoke with, and I apologize right now because I can't remember which one of them, but it was one of the women, and they were saying that the, yes, a 15-second gap right now, that the 70-minute criterium here tonight is a game changer for them. 70 minutes of racing in this field plays more favor to the depth of international fitness throughout. And that would that line up with what you're thinking too?
Yeah, if any of these riders and programs have kind of come from a Euro program, right, that spent time in Europe this spring, that have been doing 3-4 hour races, you know, they're going to be able to kind of rely on that depth in the last 15 minutes of this race. Because typically if it's been an hour, right, like the ramp up starts at 50 minutes. Now that ramp is going to start at, 60 minutes. And it may not seem like a lot of time, but when you're just always at the upper end of your power profile, it accumulates. It's kind of a lot of time. And these gals do start in warmer weather. You know, the sun is going behind some clouds, but the temperature's been up. So there's a lot of factors kind of going into the rate of fatigue, that those 10 minutes are crucial.
Oh man, this gap just blew out. So the last time check we had was 15 seconds. I think we're gone beyond that right now. This just exploded.
Yeah, they've gone through corner 2, and the field does not even have the start-finish line yet. So, yeah.
And look at this big lift here right now from the field. And I don't know if there was a preem. There must have been a preem for the field. Okay, that's fine. Like, that's Brad and Frankie. Now we're being told 30 seconds.
Yep.
30 seconds is the official gap right now.
So these two riders get a small grace period to back it off 3%.
Okay.
Like, really find that rhythm, find the zone, find out which part of the courses suit each other best, so they can keep momentum, right? And the other one gets maximized recovery. So now as we look at this figure 8 course, they're almost kind of coming together at the same time at that figure 8 point. That's a really big gap.
That's a great shot. Thank you guys for that shot, because you got to see the leaders on screen right and the field screen left at that figure 8, as Daniel was really clarifying for us. And that's actually twofold from my perspective. That's motivating for the break and disheartening for the field. They're like, oh no.
Yep.
Like, I knew it was some number. Like, a lot of these women are racing with radios, right? So they've got team directors on the sidelines feeding them information if they can. And so they're like, okay, I know the gap's going out or whatever, but to see that, to know that you're becoming nearly half a lap down on an 8-turn course, man, that's got to be disheartening.
Yeah, it's going to do one of two things. It's going to either directors or road captains are going to say, like, it's all in, like, we've got to reset this race at a large cost, or, it's too much. We're going to sprint for third. We're going to really look kind of, a lot of these riders you were asking in the, Ride with the Pros, are you going for stages or are you going for the overall?
Yeah.
Right? So there's going to be some shifting going on. It's like, because Kendall can't sweep at this point, right? There's still 30 minutes of racing left, right? A Kendall sweep is a big task for Laurel and Holly to take care of.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work for Riley to set up Olivia. So there has to be some allegiance between the top teams to reset this race, or they may be looking at it. Oh, it's those two riders away. We don't think are going to factor in the GC, so they can kind of have this head start going into day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, look at this gap right now. We've got. So up at the top of the screen, right underneath the graphic, are your 2 leaders, and they're now under the graphic. And then on the bottom of the screen were your leaders. 32 seconds is what we're now being told. So the gap is continuing to increase. So Daniel taught me last year that we can start to do math once we know what the laps remaining is, right? Because then you can start to do some math of, okay, I need this many seconds per lap, and if I start to lose those targets, I know I'm out, and I have to do that reset, and I'm sprinting for the field sprint. We're not there yet, right?
No, not quite. And these two gals got to, like, as the anticipation, the anxiety ramps up from the back, the gap can fluctuate a lot now, because you're going to have some teams just do a turn and burn, and you can lose 10 seconds really fast. And they may be hearing it from the stage or their radios. They just have to stay in the zone, because that's a lot. To bring back 10 seconds really fast is a big effort from the whole group, not just the one rider or two riders doing it. So it would take almost every rider in the peloton to do some massive turn. So they just have to keep going regardless of what gaps they're hearing, because at some point the peloton's going to need a rest again, right? To chew out 15 seconds in 2 laps is big for everybody.
So we're still at 32 seconds. It looks like LA Sweat has just done what you were saying, is a big turn on the front, and it looks like Siniska is now coming to the front to try and help out with that. So LA Sweat, they've got Josephine Paloquin from Quebec, and Josephine, pretty unknown, but oh yeah, so Daniel's now showing us we got a little bit of a gap. We got Siniska on the front driving that pace. They got Paula Munoz second wheel, and one of the Fount riders.
That was Andrea Sear.
Is it Andrea?
Yep.
Okay, wow. So that's a good, very attentive racing, and former teammates now working together in this break. Who's chasing it from the field? It's
Holly Breck.
Legion, yeah. So Holly Breck, Legion right behind her. It looks to be like Odette Lynch of Fearless Femme as well. So Fearless paying a lot of attention, and then Erica Carney right there in those pink shorts.
Just hanging out. Like, she doesn't need to do anything. Every time she steps, as a solo rider, you step into a big race like this, you have to gamble. You have to go say, I've got a full house, I've got 4 aces today, whatever it is, and just count that nobody else, no other team has as good a cards as you do to play, because she can't do that work to participate in the chase to help this. She's got to be like, I'm either going to be racing for the win, I'm going to be racing for third, or whatever it might be.
So we're looking at 15 laps to go, Daniel, 32 seconds. How do we do this math? If you're
so that's 2 seconds a lap, right?
Oh, you do the math so that people at home can start getting their phones out and doing some math.
Yeah, so if it's 15 laps to go, 30 seconds, it's 2 seconds per lap to catch these two riders on the finish at the end of the race.
So I take my time gap and I divide it by the number of laps remaining?
Yep, exactly. And then so every time the lap ticks down, the gap stays the same. It's incrementally more work, right, to go. It's if it went to 14 laps to go and it's 28 seconds, the field is kind of doing that 2 seconds per lap type deal, which is completely plausible with the amount of teams left between LA Sweat. Sensica, you put Laurel Rathbun up there, she rides like 3 riders, so if each team kind of put one rider into full commitment of just riding a hard tempo chase pace, it would be a long but fruitful chase. It's always remembering that from the back, from the peloton. A lot of newer riders just be like, I've got to do it now, right? And they try to get it all done in 2 laps. It's like impossible, it's very, very hard. So you've got to keep that calm mindset. Look, I just got to chip away at that 30 seconds, and hopefully you have a collective of riders, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders that share that workload, that catch these riders, because it doesn't matter if they catch them at the start-finish line or kind of with 1 to go.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. You just got to win. And right now we're seeing a real confusion in the field chase. I just heard over radio while Daniel was speaking, we're now up to 35 seconds. And so we're now looking at 2.5 seconds per lap. In fact, now that's going to change again because we're now at 13 to go. So we're going to take 35 divided by 13, and I'm now looking at 2.7 seconds per lap.
Yeah, so these 2 riders just got to kind of block everything out. Don't worry about what's happening. Keep their head on their shoulders, and really kind of look at if the gap stays the same. At 2 to go, if the gap is 15 plus seconds, you can start to think about playing a little bit of games. But 15 seconds can be evaporated super quick if teams are setting up for third.
Yeah.
So you got to get inside 2 to go with 15 seconds before you kind of start bluffing each other, sitting on the wheel too long. Again, because up the start-finish line, that hill is enough that You know, right now they're riding at 45K an hour probably. You start playing games and you ride it at 20K an hour, and the field's riding 50.
Yeah.
Gap evaporated, so you can't play games too early on this course.
I want to point this out real quick. We're seeing Siniska almost attack the front. You taught me that was not a good move.
Not at something like this. The gap's too big to bridge solo, right? And attacking the field is like you're just exaggerating the pace. So the person that's like kind of bridging to you, you've just wasted their effort. It's like two people for half the work.
Yeah.
Rather than just getting to the front and doing a longer turn, bringing the whole field with you, which is the goal, because Siniska has.
They have the roster.
They have Chloe Patrick and they have Alexis Magner to finish it off.
Yeah, and Holly Breck was at the front as they came by us here. We're sort of just past the neutral pit out of turn number 1, and Breck came through the turn. She's looking over her shoulder. She made a gesture like, "Come on, guys! Like, let's rotate here." And then Siniska attacked her out of turn number 2, and so now, they've sent Laurel to the front to just try and manage this. There's like too much chaos coming from the field, and they just need to be composed here. And look who's right behind Laurel. It's Paula Munoz. We don't see it right now, but it's Munoz like right behind the chase, and Fearless is just going to stuff this down, dude.
Yeah, just kind of get in the way. You kind of do it politely. You do it with as much etiquette as you can. Paola's not going to get up there and just slam on the brakes. It's just when Laurel pulls off, she's going to pull off. She's just kind of going to be a body in the way to kill momentum, if you will.
30 seconds now.
And that's, I think, Erica Worski. I don't think Paola's up there going to be playing in the wind too much, spinning that effort. It's Paola's other teammates to kind of do that work.
Good eye. I apologize to Fearless Femme represented by Robert Hay. Erica Worski is the rider that's stuffing that down. Now, update on race radio that we've got 30-second gap now. So we've lost 5 seconds, but we still have 12 laps to go. So we're now down to 2.5 seconds per lap that needs to be brought back. I mean, they're letting people cross on the course. The gap is still there so much. This is a lot. This is a lot. So now we're looking at, will we start to see cat and mouse between these two? How much can these two play?
They cannot play at all with 12 to go. Again, I said they have to get to 2 laps to go with at least 15 seconds before you kind of do a long sit. And by that I mean, like, right now, like we just saw, we saw the elbow flip. Grace came right through. You get inside 3 to go, 2 to go. You wait for the 3rd elbow flip before you go. Like you're just looking for these micro savings, right? But you can't do that now, right?
Right.
It will kill the motivation. It'll be like, man, why is my partner like looking for extra help? We're too far out, right? And then if they each start doing 1% less every lap, right? It adds up very quickly, and then all of a sudden it's over. But I just got a message. Gibbons is very bullish, saying it's away and it's all Grace. So
interesting.
He's clearly here watching. Grace has definitely got a really good person in her ear on her side to be getting good information and some good strategy from that. I mean, this move was very Gibbons-esque. But Kendall Ryan is on the move.
Wow, Kendall Ryan now attacking from the field. She's taking this race back into her own hands. It's an interesting move, though. I'm surprised that she is doing so much effort right now because the gap is so big that, so say she takes 3 or 4 seconds out of this by herself, but she's the one that just did all the work. She's supposed to be saving it for the finish, right?
Yeah, but, again, they're a 3-rider squad. If Holly does a big turn, Laurel does a big turn, Kendall has to do something to keep that work fruitful. Let her 2 teammates rest a little bit to come back to the front. Okay. If she doesn't do anything, then all that work is wasted. Like if those two riders take out 8 seconds and then the field hole dies, then it's just wasted. But if Kendall does something to keep the momentum while Holly and Laurel kind of go back to rest a little bit, then it makes that work mean something.
Got it.
That's the offset. That's the disadvantage of having a small squad, is your leader is going to have to step up and do something.
So Gibbons believes that Arlinson has the advantage in the 2-up sprint. Brownie.
It's his team, right? It's his rider. You can't say the opposite. You can't. You have to double down. She put herself in this position. Look at her. Her body posture.
It's great.
Looks amazing. She doesn't even look like she's struggling that much. Her back is stable. Her hips are solid. Just front on. She doesn't look labored. She's just in in the zone. Like,
Yeah.
she's just found her rhythm. And haven't had a good headshot of Byrony yet, but we can kind of see, is she in the same boat? Or is there any other sign we can see that might give us something?
We're down to 25 seconds, you guys. 25 seconds now, so the gap is coming down thanks to the work of the field, but with 10 laps to go, we're still at 2.5 seconds.
Per lap, yeah. So it's still in the favor of the breakaway, where they have to just keep going. But, both riders look really good. They don't look over-labored.
Well, let's mentally rewind here. If we go back to the beginning of the race, who was doing a lot of pace setting for 12 minutes in a row? Bryony.
Yeah.
Bryony was doing 12 minutes of pace setting at the very beginning of this race. Arlinson hanging out, and then these two responded to a counterattack of Andrea Sear, and that's fine, but Bryony used a lot of energy very early on, probably for a very different expected result. They've got Odette Lynch, they've got Paula Munoz in here, and now they're stuck with this. Like, Fearless now has to recommit, and so does Bryony.
Yeah, but I think, the level of, Bryony is deep enough to handle that extra work, respectively with all the racing she's done, the caliber of rider she is. Yeah, it's going to take a toll, right? She's pulling out of her deposits, but I don't think it's at such a rate that it's going to affect too much.
Okay.
And it's going to be interesting to see how this sprint plays out. I don't know if, Bryony is out and out, an absolute speedster. She's got track pedigree, so there is some fast twitch.
Yeah.
To get off a start line, you got to go. She's a good mass start rider in her own right.
She's also been practicing the Madison. The Madison is an event where on the track where you do have to sprint repeatedly because there are points accumulated within that event. We're hearing over radio right now that there's a preem for the field right now. So preem for the field.
And I hate this. This is as a rider that was active, that loved being a breakaway, that did the work to establish the gap, and then the field being incentivized by money to help close that down, because it may not be a rider, it may not be a team that cares too much about the top three or the overall, but they hear $250. Like, that's their race. But it can really take a lot out of the breakaway for a team that maybe not even be invested in the end result. So
Holly on the front right now for the field. For Legion, maybe trying to at least, I don't know if Legion really even cares about the preem as much as just trying to bring this thing back. They're here for Kendall. Kendall wants this race win.
Yeah, she wants to keep, again, they're up there to just keep momentum, right? And hope that another team will throw another rider. I don't understand why CCB doesn't have at least one rider, if not two, taking turns. One Kingdom Elite rider. It's hard at some point. Sensica has to fully, they did have a rider up there for a little bit, but if she's that tired, she needs to be replaced by a teammate. And even though it may not be your ideal situation, you've got to throw somebody up there to give Alexis a chance.
That's the Los Angeles Bicycling Academy having the end of their day over in the pit there. Big flight. Big thanks to Southern California for coming out and racing with us here in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the Super Bowl of Crits. So Arlinson and Botha coming by us right now. Arlinson looks very composed, but Bryony, as Daniel was just saying, she's got a lot of depth in her. Meanwhile, at the front, it's going to be Gina Ricardo for KRT, QRT getting that preem. Brad's going crazy.
Yeah, and this rider may be seeing these opportunities like, okay, the wind slipped away, but there's some money on the table. I might as well take it.
Yeah. And Gina's now, she's coming by us going into turn 2. She's very clearly going back. She just wants to reintegrate. She has no interest in continuing to push that pace. We'll see if anybody else is up near the front, because I'm also now seeing that Werski was up near the front. Siniska with Chloe Patrick perhaps taking over a little bit of pace setting. 21 seconds, Daniel. 21 seconds with 8 laps to go.
So that math is still working.
Yeah. 2.6.
So now if we look at the breakaway, Grace versus Byrony, right? Now we're just talking about looking into outright race experience, right? Byrony has more racecraft, more experience, maybe if not herself, just seeing it, being around an organization and teams that, she's hearing a lot more feedback. This is kind of Grace's first time being in a position like this, to know exactly what to do. I think I've already seen Bryony just start to play just these little teeny things, getting Grace to do just a little bit more already, but not so telling that it demotivates Grace at this point. And Bryony's favor, right from the chair we sit in, is that, you know, you could probably guess that, like, Grace wants this to stay, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not whether she gets first or second, it's still a really big win for her, you know. For Bryony, like, it's kind of win or nothing, you know. So she's going to start thinking in that mindset. So she has the tactical leg up on Grace for the time being. But we could see a split in the back.
And Alexis Magner's on the front. So Magner now doing a lot of the work to bring this back, because Alexis also here to take the win. Now, Alexis won last year on Crybaby Hill, but she would very much like to be able to do something. There must have been a crash or something, because Meg Barker now on the wrong side of a split, and Josie Knight also on the wrong side of a
Holly
split.
Breck, Laura Rathbun. So it's like some of these leaders are isolated. It's very interesting that, again, Alexis is riding and not Chloe Patrick, but we see a group of riders going into corner one, coming into the pit. I wonder who those riders might be. Is there any other?
Well, the pit is closed at this point, is it not? I don't know what the rules are here. At some of our races, 5 to go, but I'm seeing all these riders go right by. The officials are saying that these riders can come in. We'll get a little camera here in the pit, because right now we got LA Sweat trying to get themselves going. They got thumbs up, so I think we're going to send some of them back into the race. So LA Sweat here in the pit, looking around, trying to get themselves going, get themselves calm and collected. It's Monica Merced. So Monica, one of their best finishers, finding themselves here. There must have been a little bit of a tumble. We haven't seen a footage of that quite yet, but we are keeping an eye on this pit here. LA Sweat with 3 in the pit right now. LA Sweat, and we're looking at 6 laps to go.
Yeah, this could be really confusing for, you know, some riders, and understanding the pit rules is 7 to go, and it's.
I think we got a mic on them right now. They're going to go into the pit.
Yeah, I'm go in. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, with pit rules is you have to be leaving the pit. You know, the pit closes with 7 to go, so it can be a little confusing sometimes.
Well, Merced
on what the rule is, and I think Monica did a really good job fighting for herself to, you know, establish when the incident happened. Sometimes you do it like winning these tight laps before the pit. You have to make it quickly to the pit. You don't have as much time to kind of wait around. It's spending the effort to go there.
Let's jump back in the field real quick. So Monica Merced finding herself back into the race, and it looks like the Techers girls rode themselves back into this. They did not come to the pit. They rode back across that gap. They found themselves on the wrong side up. So if we could understand what Monica was saying from the pit, that there was a crash out of turn 3 or 4, but it was hard to understand from our vantage point. Nevertheless, big chases occurring. LA Sweat advocating for themselves. Looks like they found themselves into the pit now too, but I believe the pit is shut. I'm not sure. Either way, let's focus on our bike race here, because we're now getting into the final 6 laps. We got 2 riders away. And that's 48 though of KRT Purity. Kara Lilly finding herself in the pit now too. Grace Arlinson, Bryony Baltha coming through with 5 laps to go. 5 to go right now for our leaders. Arlinson on the front for Automatic Racing by Bryony Baltha. Right behind her, Fort Fearless Femme presented by Robert Tay. Arlinson in the orange looking very fluid, very good. Even the comments on YouTube are saying that the form for Arlinson is looking very picturesque. Really nice smooth pedal stroke. And you can see.
Yeah, we can see Bryony's some of the just kind of head bob. She's got that like smile of a suffer starting to kind of creep in. You could definitely kind of see her hips rock a little more as she's looking for that power. So it's.
Yeah, but 31. We're at 31 seconds with 5 laps to go. That's 6 seconds per lap.
Yeah, and again, it's clearly in the favor of the breakaway. They're communicating the front 2. Hey, I need a little more help. but the games can't start yet. Again, with the lead out ramping up for third, those crucial Omnium points are still available for the weekend.
And for ACC. This is an ACC race, so there's like two things occurring all at once here tonight.
Yeah, so again, I really think it's 2 to go on this course is when you can kind of maybe start to play games or look for an opportunity to go solo for Grace. But look, she just did a hand gesture. Hey, it's your turn. Byron said no. Grace just has to keep her head down, keep the confidence that if she's, on a really good day, her fitness is really there, to just back herself now. Take that extra pull, realize that, your companion is suffering that much, that you got to take ownership if you want this.
Good question on YouTube right now. What's the temperature right here? It is 80 degrees and is getting cooler. And as the sun sets here, we get a little bit of a lift of wind, but for all intents and purposes, a very still night and only 80 degrees. That's a full 20 degrees cooler than last year. So, I mean, this is just downright nice here tonight. So we've got Martha Arlenson starting to work here. 4 laps to go, 30 seconds. This just continues to play in their favor. Field is now really racing a separate race. These two women.
Well, it's single file. Lawrence, CCB's on the front. Lauren Stevens, third wheel. Fearless Femme placing themselves there to, again, just be a little bit of disruption. But the temperature is going down. For us, it feels really nice. But, these ladies have accumulated heat for a long time. So even though the temperature drops, they're not going to feel it as much as we're going to feel it here. But come the men's race, it's a nice temperature for them to start at, and it's not going to be as wearing on that group. But
all right. So with 4 laps to go, we got 25 seconds. CCB on the front. It looks like Catherine Sarkisov, perhaps. Sarkisov has had a really good turn here in the past, but tonight she's here for Cassie Hickey. You want a rider like that on the front right now for CCB, because Catherine absolutely has the ability to drive pace, but this may have been too little too late. They need to start this 5 laps ago.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, but right now for the teammates in the peloton, this is turn and burn. This is go as hard as you can for as long as you can, and your race is over. To just try to reset this race. You're not trying to do this perfect execution to catch these two riders, with a lap to go or inside of that. It is just they have to right the ship, and it's all hands on deck. And you can see that from the shots of the field. It is single file front to back, which is, we haven't really seen that so much the rest of the race. But
Lauren Stevens now coming to the front, really starting to drive this up as she's trying to work for Kenna Pfeiffer. We're trying to get out of some eyes here. 3 to go. We're about 25 seconds is the last estimated gap as they came through. 2 leaders coming by us here at the Zico broadcast tent, and it's Arlenson on the front looking very strong as they make this left-hand turn back onto second. Let's see what the games are.
Yeah, so Byron's now pulling through. Grace has got to get her to do 1 turn.
16 seconds.
Oof, so 5 seconds a lap, but it's Lauren Stevens on the front. Laurel Rathbun. These are, again, it's coming down.
Fearless Femme is in the mix trying to just disrupt this thing.
Yep.
I mean, I think Worski has done a great job tonight trying to disrupt flows, and she's done it right up until this point. But Stevens just did a massive pull. She pulled 9 seconds out of that lap, and that's massive. That's well underneath what we were talking about. We could very well be coming down to a field sprint.
So Grace has to do 2 things: either take the bit between her teeth, take big fast pulls, and just trust that she's going to be able to beat Byron in a sprint, but needs a little bit of help, or she just outright going through the start finish has to attack.
Yep.
Just like leave the dead weight at this point. Don't leave any chance for that rider to kill the momentum that they've got.
No, they're killing themselves right now. As we Olivia Cummins is out. Olivia Cummins is here in the pit. This is big news. Virginia Blue Ridge 2028. Olivia shaking her head saying, "Oh no, we're done here." So big protagonist here out of this bike race. She's looking around. Pace is too high. I'm not sure. We'll get some words with her after the race.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she was one of the people affected by the crash and was caught behind or in. And again, we saw some of those riders take ownership and chase back rather than go into the pit thinking that it was close. So that was the option. But But now they're on the same straightaway.
Oh, they're
the
back.
leaders, and we have a Siska rider with the small gap. There's chaos behind.
We're 2 to go. 2 to go, ladies and gentlemen. And that, it looked like Chloe Patrick driving that pace. They're going to keep an eye on. That's Chloe. She's your U23 national TT champ. And that is Josephine Pelequin coming around 10 seconds right now. 10 seconds, 2 laps. That's 5 seconds per lap. But I think our pace is lifting. You've got your national TT champ on the front of this field. Pelequin right behind on that wheel. They've got their gap. Is this good or bad, Daniel?
It's absolute chaos. Alexis Ryan doesn't have a teammate. Kendall Ryan doesn't have a teammate. Basically, all of our finishers don't have somebody to help keep the momentum. So they're just going to kind of rely on people going crazy. And Grace needs to go.
Somebody needs to go. Somebody's going to get caught here. Botha looks around. She needs to get some rearview mirror. Somebody needs to get on her team radio and let her know what's going on, because Chloe Patrick is on fire. Here she comes. She's about to make contact with Pelequin, who is a phenomenal finisher that nobody knows about.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been turned upside down. The Sweat has played an ultra coy game. Chloe Patrick now needs to communicate that she has Alexis Ryan behind and she's not going to work the rest of this time.
Here we go. This is going to be huge. We're going to make a catch here. We got coming into 1 lap to go, and we're going to have a catch. Look at this.
Grace needs to go all in. She's got to realize that Byron is dead. She can't help. Chloe Patrick, who just got there, is also going to be dead. Can't help.
There's our John Zink Sparks. Big thanks to John Zink for the flares. Here we go. We're looking at 1 lap to go here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome Criterium here at the St. Francis Tulsa. Here we go. Arlington on the front. Bryony off the second wheel. And Chloe Patrick has made the junction. She is on that wheel, and Pelequin looks fresh. She looks ready. Here we go. But here is Holly Breck on the front of the field driving that pace.
With Laurel Rathburn third wheel on the backstretch, we're going to see Laurel just do an absolute ripper. Kendall's going to have to go long if she's going to want any chance, and just trust that none of the other riders are going to be able to handle that pace going to the last few corners. But all momentum from the front.
Look at this. We're coming down, and there it is, the catch. CCD has made that catch. Oh my gosh, and it's Riley McMullen for Virginia Blue Ridge trying to salvage this ride. Arlington on the front, but here comes the attack by Chloe Patrick up and around, and look who's right there as well. It is Kendall Ryan in the national champions jersey as they come up and around. Patrick now driving the pace for Magner, who's behind. Cassie Hickey is moving up as well. Right behind, you're going to be seeing Michaela McPherson, number 21, right there in a final kick. McPherson, a rider we haven't spoken about all night long, but McPherson has the ability to bring about a result. Here we come, Daniel, as we come into the final kick. Positioning is everything. I don't see what I'm seeing right now. We're looking at a shot. There it is. There's our drone.
Final 2 corners.
Final 2 turns, and it is now Kendall Ryan on second wheel with her team on the front. Kendall Ryan wants this race win. Pelequin is third wheel. Cassie Hickey is fourth wheel. Here's our final turn as we kick to the line. Big out of the saddle, and Ryan now jumps. Ryan jumps out of the saddle to the head. She's got the head down. She's got the gap. Kendall Ryan, your U.S. national champion, will win tonight here at McNellie's Group Blue Dome.
Holy smokes. What a flip of the script. I mean, this is women's racing like we haven't seen before. We've never seen 2 riders establish such a large gap here at Blue Dome. To just put everything on the table, right? Everybody had to play their outright cards today, and holy smokes, unreal.
Wow.
Shake up.
Wow.
Going into the last couple of laps. We were just talking about how the breakaway had it, mathematically, so to speak, like these are the numbers they needed to do it, and they had it, and somehow
the gap prevailed, and it prevailed, and it prevailed until it evaporated in the last 3 laps.
Yeah, and if I'm just to do like immediate analysis, is Grace's inexperience, maybe not trusting herself to go all in sooner and just attack solo, and she was looking for more help and more recovery from Byrony versus just saying I'm going to go all in.
This is
for myself.
This is very cool to see. Kendall congratulating Cassie on a job well done. And other riders congratulating Kendall on a job well done here tonight. Patience, experience, teamwork. Teamwork did it all. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, just her two teammates did a lot of work, really ramped the pace up, and just put it in a position where close enough that other teams would get involved, right? We saw Chloe Patrick do what she did to set up Alexis Ryan. Alexis really just needed one more teammate there. She kind of got left at 400 meters going into the final 2 corners by herself.
I mean,
just too long.
Chloe just like lit the afterburners, dude. I think that was the appropriate move, though, right? Like she knew that the field caught, and she just boom went. She didn't hesitate. That was track experience. Like, just go, right? So I mean, I think Siniska raced solidly. I think I would love to see the last lap from like a drone shot or something, just to really understand where players ended up being. Looks like we're going to get our final kick to the line. You hear the crowd. It's amazing. Ryan winning. And over her sister, Alexis Magner.
And I hope we get a context of the head. Was that keeping a cool head? Was that like, hey, I'm using... This was all head, no legs, with our team and what we did today. Yeah. Because that's very much what it seems like.
Yeah. Use our head. We're head.
But I'm not on TikTok. That could be something. I don't know.
Both. Look who we got up there. Odette Lynch. Odette Lynch for Fearless Femme presented by Roberte. Keep an eye on
Andrea
her.
Sear, top 5.
Yeah. Cassie Hickey was up there.
Erica Carney. Right? She's, there for it.
So I think this sets us up really well for the rest of the weekend. You guys, we got a lot more racing here tonight, though, for the McNellie's Group Blue Dome Racing. We got our Pro Men coming up, so don't go anywhere. And we also have 2 more days of racing. We're in the Arts District tomorrow, which is a fantastic part of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And then, of course, we finish out in the McElroy Riverfront Park. As you all at home may know it, it is Crybaby Hill. A lot of amazing bike racing coming up, and we've got ourselves our Pro Men coming up next. Thanks again to Quick Trip for being our broadcast presenting sponsor. Without their support, it'd be very hard to do all the amazing things that we do with our amazing production team here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Big thanks to Zico for presenting the broadcast tent this year and being part of the action to bring our bike race worldwide throughout the country. John Zink with the Sparks at the start-finish line, and Don Thornton with the Pace vehicles, making everything possible here. My name is Gabe Lloyd. I've got Daniel Holloway here with me, an expert in bike racing, 21-time national champion, and awesome to have you. We just finished up with our pro women's race. Super exciting. If you missed that, you missed out. Please go back and watch it. But we're now moving into our pro men's race. Really excited to talk about our pro men's field for tonight. We have a lot of very heavy hitters, legends of Tulsa, racing with us again, as well as some new coming riders that I'm sure we'll be talking about. Daniel, when we get into the start line, what are the feeling right now when you're in the pro men's field?
Man, Tulsa Tough is special. It brings something out of you. It's our Super Bowl. There's electricity in the air, but with the temperature it is, if I was racing, back in my day, this would make me want to race, right? It's not Tulsa, it's not beating you down. I hope to see a lot of action because the temperature is cool.
Let's get ready for our men's race. Let's take a look back at last year's event right here on McNellie Group Blue Dome.
Let's start this weekend the only way Tulsa Tough knows how. Gentlemen, let's go! If they want to test me, then they know my name. Underrepresented on the move, really wanna start me, let me through. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdogs overlooked, underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdogs overlooked, underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Wanna flip a society. Underdogs overlooked, underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. Yeah, looking down from a underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me through. Wanna flip a society.
Welcome back to St. Francis Tulsa Tough. I'm Gabe Lloyd with Daniel Holloway here at the Zico Group broadcast tent and presented by Quick Trip. We're about to kick off our men's pro race, but before we get there, we talked with our reigning U.S. national champion, Lucas Burgoyne, before we got going here. Let's hear what he has to say.
Absolutely. I mean, I think in America, for American Criterium racing, there is one race for sprinters that they want to win, and that is tonight. It is the Super Bowl for sprinters. So excited to be here. So excited that we can come to Tulsa again. This is about as close of a big home race that I can have. It's very cool to get out here. Last year was my first year. And to come out and see all these people that I see in my local bike races all the time that I normally never see at the national scene be here screaming, getting loud, getting crazy. It's just the extra little notch I need to send this over the edge and do what we do best.
That was national champion Lucas Burgoyne speaking with us, but we also got to talk to his Team Cadence Cyclery teammate, Luke Fetzer, who's the U23 national champion. Let's hear what Luke had to say.
I mean, the team's goal is always to win. We've got about 4 guys that could play that role, so we have no specific leader. Just as long as the green jersey rolls across the finish line first, we'll be happy. So that's our goal all weekend.
You guys have really demonstrated cohesiveness in your lead out over the past few weekends from Somerville. You got a little jammed up in Armed Forces, though. What are some of the factors that you think will help your team stay together in the chaotic final 3 laps?
I think communication is crucial. We kind of lack that at DC. So we're going to be running radios. We're going to be riding super close to each other, just talking as much as we can. I think that's going to be crucial to our success.
All right, we are going right to call-ups tonight, and of course, Lucas Burgoyne is going to be your first call-up as your reigning U.S. national champion. Lucas in his first custom kit.
Yeah, Lucas right there riding the Ossos chrono suit. It's a very fast piece.
Yes.
That they developed last year a lot with Tudor and Stephen Kuhn in the track team. So he's not lacking in materials. He's got everything on his side.
And now we have Luke Fetzer, the U23 national champion, on the starting line. These guys have a great chemistry, and I'm sure we will see that come forth this evening. Next up, we have a big fixture in our Tulsa Tough history. He won here in 23. He had a very disappointing 24, but he's back. He's looking for another win. It's going to be Justin Williams coming on up.
Yeah, it's complete unknown. We don't know his fitness. He's not done a ton of racing this year. The racing he has done has not been spectacular. It's not showed us anything. If anything, the bookmakers would say, would he'd have bad odds. But like we saw in 23, he was in a very similar situation, right? That spring, he was not hot. He didn't do much. Did a big training camp down with Magner and came out and lit this thing on fire.
Speaking of Ty Magner, this is his last St. Francis Tulsa Tough. In his swan song, he is going to be working on a very cool project next year on the other side of the fence. But until then, he's got one more season in him, and he is here tonight. He has won here at the McNellie's Group Blue Dome race before, and he's looking toward a few different opportunities for either himself or his teammates here tonight. One of his other next coming up is going to be Corey Williams, so technically not a teammate anymore, but part of the Williams Racing Group, representing the Golden State Blazers. Corey Williams, well-known throughout our cycling world, so we'll be keeping an eye on Corey this evening. Coming up next, we're going to be looking at Jordan Parra for the Bikers cycling team. Jordan had a very strong Tour of Somerville recently. He also had a very strong speed week, and so Parra definitely one to watch if he's up near the front in a few laps.
Yeah, just a very crafty rider, can find himself in any position he wants, just able to maneuver through the group, we'll never see him move up on the left or right side. He's going to move up through the middle of the field to save as much energy as possible.
Next up, our boy Danny Summerhill, now racing for Legion of Los Angeles. Danny feeling very good, very strong right now. He had a disappointing national championships where he felt like he hit the deck inappropriately and not to his fault. So Danny looking for a little bit of redemption from his national championships, and he's looking forward to repeating some of his successes here. He has won in the Arts District before. Tonight, he thinks also suits him. So we'll see how tonight's race plays out. And then I think our final call-up, Daniel, is going to be Brandon Fury. Fury finding success in the ACC. And I believe that's why he's getting the call-up here tonight, representing the... Oh, Dario Raps is making the call-ups. That's great. So Dario Raps did make the final list. Dario is your current German Criterium national champion. And Fury not getting the call-up. Sorry, Brandon. So Raps making that final call-up. Raps, we spoke with him last night at Ride with the Pros. Maybe we'll cut to that later on in the program. He had some great things to say. Short of it is he's very excited. He loves Tulsa Tough, and he is here to race with his DCC Alpecin program.
Yeah, this is a very dynamic field. Rain energy no longer, right? Kind of the elephant in the room. That talent has been dispersed throughout the peloton. We have some swan songs, Ty, and I think Summerhill as well, right? They want to give one big crack on the show. If I was their director, I would tell them to race super aggressive and keep Justin in the wings, and just try to, with Summerhill and Ty, is just go nuts. If they're fit, cause chaos, make it a move. Do it out of a breakaway. Isolate cadence. Luke and Lucas ride really well together. Their other teammates are good, but they're not seasoned. They're younger guys that don't have a ton of experience at this level and this depth to really control this field. So it's advantageous for these other teams to just race really hard and do their best to isolate Luke and Lucas, who just kind of, they're young, they're having fun, and they're wanting to put on a show. The older, wiser guys have to use that to their advantage, try to take advantage of those guys that want to sit back a little too much, and put those guys on the back foot. And then we have DCC. These guys have come here for a couple years. They've won a couple of stages. So they know how to race their bikes. They know how to race forward, because it's not always been a field sprint. So another group of guys that I think are going to be aggressive, but they do have Dario Raps. They have the depth in talent and kind of the head and the shoulders to do a full team lead out if it's not a super hard race. And then of course you have Techers with those three guys, incredible bike handlers that can put themselves in a really good spot. I think we saw it on Alex YouTube or Instagram this past week from the lead out that they did in DCC. Yeah. Just a very experienced lead out for how long they had to go with the lack of numbers, and put their guys in a position to pull it off.
I would expect Techers to be very patient this evening. They've got Matt Bostock and Ollie Wood, two very experienced Olympians who they've found some success just by leveraging their experience, whereas DCC is going to employ the exact opposite. I think that they are going to be very aggressive from the beginning. They're going to try and
I don't know, it seems like they're pulling a Legion of past. They've got 6 guys, strong guys, that might just set a hard tempo and try to ride a clean race from the front. A wild card in here is Michael Garrison.
Yeah.
It's to be seen. He kind of respectfully had a lackluster speed week, if we know what he's capable of. But he's a guy that, similar to the right time, with fatigue in the peloton legs, again, could go off, take 1 or 2 key riders. And again, the temperature, I feel like, has been the coolest it's been in a long time.
Yeah.
And hopefully that motivates guys that are not at the start lane just baking hot, just going, I'm already overheated, so I'm just going to chill.
Yep.
Hopefully the temperatures allows guys to be motivated to race. But DCC is really taking the control of the front and saying, this is the race we're going to ride.
I got a question for you. So I saw Lucas Bourgoin showboating a wee bit as he came through the start-finish line, trying to get some high fives. He and Luke were both doing that at Somerville, which is a very different course than this.
Yep.
And on social media, they went back and they were talking about how they're in the Sprinters Lounge hanging out. Is there a Sprinters Lounge here at the McNellie Group Blue Dome?
Yes and no. It depends on the pace. If DCC is going to do this all night, absolutely. Go to the back, hang out, stay out of the riffraff, whatever else, and then, you know, gather your teammates and then just start leapfrogging the field.
Yep.
Because there's not going to be a huge lift per se in the last 10 laps with kind of how it is. But they tried to do that the next weekend at DC, and what happened?
They didn't do so good.
Yeah. So it's a dangerous game you play doing that. You know, I get it. Again, we're at the Super Bowl of Criterium Racing. You know, you want to show off the jersey, like he was saying in the interview. This is the closest thing he has to a huge race for his home crowd.
Well, what about when you were in the jersey here? Did you do a little showboating?
Yeah, but I would do it off the front. You know, that was my way of doing it. You know, rather than doing it from the middle of the field, you don't have everybody's captured attention. When you're the one rider off the front and you start waving your hand, everybody's already looking at you. You know, that's the style of riding I like to do. That's the style I like to watch. So, you know, I think Lucas has that physical ability to take a flyer. You know, especially if DCC is just going to set a tempo. You want to put on a show? Just go send a 2-lap flyer, hype up the crowd, go back and hide.
Before we get too deep into this race, we got a big fixture in our race here tonight, and that's going to be Mr. Justin Williams. We got a chance to talk to him last night at Ride with the Pros. Let's hear what he had to say about the upcoming weekend of racing.
It's funny. I mean, I go into every race with the same kind of headspace and mentality, and I've been racing since I was, 14? And that's how racing is. You can have the best legs and you're going to flat or you're going to crash or whatever. So I try not to think about it like that. I think about it like as if that's racing. And last year was unfortunate, especially coming into those final laps and being in an okay position. It was kind of like going to be a repeat of last year, I think. But that's how it goes, and that's what we love so much about the sport. And so I'm grateful to be here this year.
I was Justin Williams talking about what he's looking forward to this weekend at the St. Francis Tulsa Top. Tonight we are at the McNellie Group Blue Dome opening night, and you know, Justin also has had some bad luck here in the past as well, where last year he found himself in very good position. He actually thought that the race was going to play out very similarly to 23 when he won, but unfortunately he was involved in an incident very late in the race and he was unable to finish. So he's looking to shift that luck, but he's very smart, right? He doesn't weigh too much on the past because he realizes that bike races can go any number of different ways, right? And as an elite athlete such as yourself, Daniel, like you really can't get too weighed down by the potential negatives. You have to really stay optimistic when you're at this level.
Yeah, because I mean, again, it could go any. You may have the best legs in the world that day, feel like you have no chain on the bike, and it's just nothing but bad luck. You know, and then there's days where you just have, like, you're riding in mud the whole day, and then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, everything is just dropped in your lap. You know, you have to fight nothing, everything just goes smooth, and then when you need it, it's there, and you win. So it's keeping a calm head on the shoulders with experience and realizing that, you know, it can go any which way, it's unpredictable, and if it goes bad for yourself, you know, you can't go back and fix it. We don't have that technology quite yet, so you might as well just move on and find a way to take any lesson you may have learned and move forward with it. But what we can really see now is with DCC setting this moderate but not super hard pace, there's just an absolute fight going on behind the train for teams to establish position, guys that want to get up there. So we're going to see a lot of, you know, teams kind of swinging inside, swinging outside. You know, I think we're going to see a lot of guys talking to each other as kind of the pecking order gets picked out. But at this pace, it's going to be really hard for that to establish. You know, if Legion, you know, really wants kind of that that second team, they need to put a guy in the rotation, pick the pace up, and then you could tell everybody else in the field that's fighting for wheels to be like, hey man, we got a guy setting pace. Leave us alone. You want to share this with us? Put somebody up there. You know, so until that starts to happen, you know, it's going to be an absolute dogfight behind there. So for me, looking at this, and if I'm like a solo rider, maybe a smaller rider, is I would have to find that pocket 30 wheels back. You know, find the armchair right behind that swarm that's always wanting to fight DCC.
That's further back than I thought, though, honestly, at 30 wheels.
Yeah, but you have Legion fighting for it. You're going to have bikers fighting for it. You're going to have some 2 or 3 randoms fighting for it, you know, so it adds up pretty quick on, you know, all that washing machine that's right behind DCC that wants to establish that spot. Get right behind that swirl. Find that middle pocket and just kind of float in there.
We were looking at that drone, but look at Lucas Burgoyne right now as he comes out and he's just continuing to showboat a wee bit. I worry that that's just, it's maybe not be burning the match, but he's at least striking it on the box a little bit.
Yeah, and again, he's only, if he's trying to get attention, right, if he's trying to show off himself, he's trying to show off Cated Cycling, he's trying to show off the jersey, he's only, you know, I mean, we're obviously talking about it, right? The broadcast isn't on him. You know, he's only talking to that 60, 100 people in that small zone.
Yeah.
If you want to capture everybody's attention, send the big flyer in the stars and stripes, you know, whoop it up and then go hide. But now we see Robin Carpenter wanting to inject some pace, kind of single file it out a little bit.
Justin was telling me yesterday that Carpenter's got amazing form, but they were actually looking at Carpenter for tomorrow or Sunday, which I think is probably a smart thing. I think that Carpenter definitely favors a little bit more towards the Riverfront Park course.
Or a long-range move like this on this course, because it's taxing. You know, it's you don't send him up the road with Tim to go, and the pace is that high. He doesn't have that, but he can sit such a high pace for a long period of time,
like forever.
Yeah, for a really long time. So if DCC is going to be like, okay, it's 2 guys, you know, we're going to give them a bit of a leash, they got to be mindful that it's Robin Carpenter. You don't want to give him too big of a leash, because he's going to be able to grind it out. He's going to be able to wear you down more than you think. Robin right now is, you know, until we get a number of this other rider, I'm not familiar immediately with him, is it may not be the first guy he chooses to want to go to a breakaway, into a breakaway with.
We're going to try to get some ID on that rider with Robin. Internet, if you want to chime in while our spotters are helping us out, you're welcome to jump onto the YouTube channel and let us know who that rider is with Robin Carpenter. Also, big thanks to our friends, each blowing up our phones here, helping us out from afar. Our friend Corinne, have you heard of her? She was...
Is that 73, 74 national time champion?
She was thinking that Kendall was putting a crown on herself.
Oh. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Queen of Tulsa.
Also, shout out to Corinne and Nate. They just had a baby girl.
Yay.
So congrats to them in that new chapter. But thanks for watching. But so another interesting move we've got. My God, I'm blanking. Cyclocross national champion in this next move.
Oh, Darren, right?
On the blank is a Boulder kid.
That's on you.
But there's some cyclocross guys that have legacy here. Jeremy Powers always loved coming to Tulsa and racing well.
Evan McQuirk is this rider, apparently. So Evan McQuirk is with Robin Carpenter. Thank you guys on YouTube for helping us out with that one. So we got Carpenter and McQuirk riding well. Looks like McQuirk achieved 6th place at 2024 Pro Nats. Thank you, Dorian. And he's represented United Cycling. So thank you guys for that help. So McQuirk representing United Cycling is racing with Robin Carpenter. The chase behind is going to be Golden State Blazers. Brody? Perhaps? Brody's had a really good turn recently, has he not? Like, he raced well at DC last week. Yeah, so that's Brody McDonald. Brody also won Collegiate Road Nationals this year, I believe. I wasn't there, but I think that's what I remember seeing. I'm sure the internet knows. And so Brody, I think, is... I don't know, man. I mean, we've known Brody a long time as, like, kind of a hothead junior, right?
Yep.
But, like, you know, he's also still continuing to show progress, which I love, and he's really pushing through now into the elite finishes and participating and moving himself through with Brunner. Is it Eric Brunner?
Eric Brunner, there we go.
There we go.
Bang, bang. So, which is these two guys are two guys that Robin wants with him. Again, nothing against Evan, but you can already see that he's swinging. He's already shown a lot of labor to keep this pace. So maybe with 4 guys in the shared work, Evan can kind of come alive. But just look at his cadence, look at his body rocking when we kind of look at these other guys coming through. So either he's going to flourish because he's going to get some more rest and really be able to partake. But with Brody and Eric Brunner there, they're really going to do better. But I don't know why Legion is chasing again.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
That's very strange tactics. Maybe he has no idea that he has a teammate up there. He should be getting yelled at exponentially.
Yeah, that's Alfredo Bueno.
Yeah.
He's no bueno, my man. Like,
yeah,
back it down.
Yeah, he's, you know, I think Legion also doesn't race with radios, which is, you know, which you can do when you have the likes of Robin Carpenter and Ty Magner and Justin Williams and the roster that they've kind of had in the past. You know, because they're always so attentive that at the front they're racing is, you know, maybe some of the younger guys they're trying to bring up, you know, might need some extra help, some hand-holding to not recognize, you know, teammates up the road. Because all that's done is help the field carry momentum, encourage, or just give another team, another rider, an extra half lap to get there.
Our friend John Hoopengardner helping us out here a little bit. Thanks, Hoop. Brody didn't win the individual titles this year at collegiate. It was Manolo Woolrich winning from Lees McRae, won the road race, and Luke Elphingston winning the crit for varsity level at collegiate level. So hats off to those two for their accomplishments. Brody still, though, a very solid rider in this breakaway, and we're going to be looking to see how he contributes to this. But thanks, Hoop, for the shout out and the help for us here tonight.
Yeah, and Eric Brunner, I think, has won a couple national cross titles. You know, he's kind of taken that crown of that era of the guys of past and really taken it. He had some opportunities, and then during the COVID time period, I think, you know, kind of missed out. Created his own cyclocross program and has been thriving. But, you know, I think he's here to really showcase that he's a multidisciplined rider, a big engine that, you know, most of the teams here could really use his services if he decides to, you know, spend more time on skinny tires versus the cyclocross bike.
The Peloton shape right now, to me, looks like they're still working hard, though. So I don't think that this group of 4 can necessarily do much else other than just ride real hard if they want to actually stay away for a while. Their gap is, what, 12, 13 seconds kind of thing?
Yeah, and they need to, again, similar to the women's race, is they need to, quote, overextend themselves, especially because there's 4 of them, and they just have to ride it out until the field needs rest. You know, you have to just, that's the fight they're in now. If they try to just settle into a pace and just, okay, this is going to be 8 seconds, 10 seconds, again, they're not doing anything to take advantage of any lulls. You really need to kind of have that spread quite large. Because if not now at this pace, it's going to be relatively easy for a team or a couple of teams to set a solid tempo to manage the gap, not let it continue to expand. And then, you know, maybe it's enticing enough for somebody to try to go across, or, you know, just those solo riders to really accelerate and do that. So, yeah, they really just need to overextend themselves. They are fighting, you know, the fatigue rate of the peloton. They cannot settle quite yet.
So it looks like Brody won the team time trial with Milligan. So he did win a title this year, but it was the team time trial nevertheless. So he's got a little bit of that horsepower. And, of course, Brody has won things through his junior years as well. So Brody definitely wanted to keep an eye on him. Let's break it down real quick for us. We have a breakaway of 4 right now. We're very early, just 17 minutes into our McNellie's Blue Dome professional men's race. McDonald on the front right there representing the Golden State Blazers. Second wheel is Eric Brunner, better known for his cyclocross national championships. Third wheel right now in number 72 is Robin Carpenter of Legion of Los Angeles this year. And in sort of the teal and pink, that's going to be the United Cycling program with Evan McQuirk, who has done well. He got 6th this year at the Road National Championships, so
certainly a lot of horsepower in this breakaway early on, but we have the full DCC squad still trying to lift, still trying to catch, and these guys are far from safe from staying away, doubling down on what we saw in the pro women's race. What a fantastic race. If you guys missed that coverage, you definitely missed out, because that was one heck of a race.
Yeah, none of these guys in the breakaway won a field sprint, so this is their card. I mean, Robin is not necessarily going for the win himself. He's just trying to take pressure off the rest of his team. Eric Brunner here by himself. This is the opportunity to, put himself kind of in front of the domestic peloton. But also, if he's thinking all 3 days, he's going to be a really good guy to watch on Sunday. And so this is his chance to maybe find some omnium points that he wouldn't typically be able to score in straight-up field sprints. McQuirk has bounced around teams. He did, I guess, win Speed Week a few years ago, the overall.
Okay.
You can, like any omnium, you can do that by not winning anything, just being consistent. So it's unknown what kind of what rider he's capable of. But we've got some interesting dynamics going on. Garrison has moved himself up kind of just behind the train, potentially looking for that opportunity to the right time to bridge, which he's got a pretty decent eye for. But if we look at the rest of it, Alec Briggs is a little far back. We have Clever Martinez playing the game, riding the last 5 wheels, putting himself, in jeopardy of just getting behind too many gaps that he has to close and relying on the wrong level of ability to do that for him. And just accumulating kind of this passive load that he may not be recognizing, but might be, again, just missing out on potential action that happens from the front. That CCA Foundation team is a good squad. They're young, so he doesn't have a team with super depth to really to right any wrong ship that may happen.
I was just looking at the cadence of Jonas Schmeiser as he came up through, and I remembered seeing an Instagram post today that he rides a 62-tooth front chainring on a 1x.
Yeah, so, I mean,
what?
That can mean a lot of things.
That means silliness.
So, funny enough, I was mentored by Dave McCook. Mm-hmm. He was a very crafty sprinter, very big guy, but he was also a guy that would, back in that time, would ride a 54 or 55, but would actually block out his 11 and ride the 12 and 13 cog. And again, with the mindset of better chain line. So just because he has the 62 on, it's more to make a better chain line and the gear he wants to ride when it's in the 14 cog or 15 cog. Get it back in the middle of the cassette where your chain line and your better friction system is going to be better, right? If you have a 5311, just the friction of that small cog and everything like that, the chain line is going to be a loss. It's marginal, but if he's a guy that needs every the 5 or 7 watts that whole thought thing may come out, he's riding a 62 15. That's what we would race on the track,
Yeah.
But it's 62-14, right? That's in the right spot for making this marginal gain of friction.
Well, it maybe is working. I mean, look at this. We're now seeing a big lift here by Dario Raps on the front of that chase group. So we've got a chase group of about 4 coming up through the start-finish line, trying to get themselves into the breakaway. So here's your breakaway. There's your chase with Dario Raps leading it from the front. There is a Legion rider within that, and we have 2 of these. Is that Empire?
That is not. I don't think that's Empire unless they did a new kit.
Everybody gives new kits every year.
Let's get a number on those.
I can't see it. It's not in focus yet. All right, we'll figure it out. We'll get it there. I'm sure the internet knows, because the internet knows everything, right?
Look at Raps is just getting there, which is what you have to do.
Yeah, like pop across.
Yeah, don't take any time. Get there, then you can recover. Don't linger, and make it happen. 106. So that is the Parks Law Firm All-Stars team. So they put 2 in that.
Dushan.
But I don't think is that Dushan?
That doesn't look like Dushan.
No. Could be.
I guess it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
And we have Cliff Flammy Drifters chasing.
Cool. All right, Dushan getting himself in there. 273. That's going to be Alfredo Bueno, who was very eager to get across earlier. He's now got himself into the move. So Bueno is right there. Raps is the German national champion. He's number 40. He's in that mix. And 106 at the back is Dusan Kalaba. Very strong sprinter. I think technically he's the Texas state champion this year. Chris Tolley throwing bike races down in the Austin area. But
There
what's
are
happening?
lots of gaps. I think that was Alec Briggs in the next move behind.
Okay.
So he had made some really rapid adjustments to his position. You know, he must have audio of the live stream to figure that out. But yeah, we can see that there's a small group, you know, just behind, and that's Garrison is there, so we'll look for him to pop across. Summerhill is going to take, you know, any free ride that he can get to monitor that behind. And again, with the foreshortening of the lens, it's really kind of hard to tell what that gap is. If we get a long shot, it looks close, but it's not something that's going to be easy. But there's a lot of action still coming from, and there it is, Michael Garrison.
There he is.
Bostock, Alex Cowan, all want to be a part of this.
Yeah, Techers has to be part of this. I mean, they came a long way to do this bike race.
And they can't afford to not. They don't have the depth to chase something back, say, hey, we're going to chase 15 or 20 minutes.
That looks like
so they need to go across.
I think Bucky's trying to get himself across to that real quick. And already we're seeing riders coming off the back, being pulled at the start-finish line. Look at the drone shot here. Love this drone shot. Single file. Oh my gosh! If you're in the back of that train, you're not seeing the front. I'll tell you what. They're going all the way through, but splits are occurring. We got a breakaway. Oh, okay, so look at this, Daniel. So we got our breakaway of the guys we identified, a little bit of a chase of 246, but then the field is right there. I think this is all coming back together within the next lap or so.
Yeah, most likely, but, you know, if Danny's been sitting in, this is a good opportunity for him to take advantage of just the pace that has been on. Any of these teams that have the depth need to continue to counter this. You know, so they need to send, Techers needs to send, you know, Ollie up the road.
Alec is very far back in this, so.
Where's that muck-off helmet?
Is really far back, man. Like, he's coming out of the turn right now in that shot.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
In this shot, we see Sebastian Alexander, who is the director for CCA Foundation, right? He's going to be communicating with Mendez and Clever Martinez, who is, again, sitting last wheel. I mean, it's a gamble. It's an absolute gamble. Look at this. It's single file for 130 dudes.
And gaps are opening,
yeah.
man. Like, I don't know, man. I disagree with Clever's tactic. I mean, Clever won Athens this year. He actually took a Daniel Holloway win, didn't he not?
Yeah, I mean, it was two guys. It was hard to see through the absolute broadcast how much work he was doing. You know, from how I watched it, you know, it seemed like Will Harden was doing a majority of the work, and he was on the limit and did a professional enough job to get into the field and then recover, rely on his teammates, and then just use all of his absolute craft. And then again, if a sprinter smells the barn in that situation, they're going to be hard to beat. But you can still, this is still not back together. This pace is still full gas. There's a lot of shuffling.
Yeah, shuffles, and Brody McDonald's actually participating in that reshuffle at the front. Gaps are definitely opening up. Guys are looking backwards like, oh no, your nearest exit may be behind you in this instance.
So before Clever knows it, he's going to look up and realize he's 15, 20 seconds off the back. Yeah. Because there's that. He doesn't realize how many gaps are opening 20th wheel, 30th wheel, 40th wheel, 50th wheel, you know, start to finish. I don't know if we can get a time gap from the first guy across the line to, you know, effectively what the last gap would be. But he's doing as much work as these guys in the front, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little benefit of hanging out of the back right now.
Yeah. Brian Gomez coming across this. I mean, this has not been brought back. You know, this is 1Z2's Bostock has come across. You know,
that's actually Ollie, according to this sheet that we have. Is so either way, Ollie Wood and Matt Bostock, two very talented riders.
Here we go, Parra, Gomez, Summerhill. I mean, these are the guys. So Ollie and Bostock have made that from Techers, but you know, this is where it starts to get dangerous. You know, relatively, Summerhill and Gomez have fresher legs out of guys that have been up there. Jordan Parra, you know, a little bit of a reset, but some.
Well, let's talk about this real quick, man. These guys were teammates last year.
That doesn't matter now.
I know it doesn't matter now, but what I'm saying is they know each other.
Yeah, and you have that alliance for a short period of time. They both look at each other and with respect. But that friendship is going to be out the window 3 to go.
Tim Smith getting himself into that mix for Cheney Windows and Doors. How about that? Hey, real quick, I got a question on the YouTube. MitoQ guys, NZ Cycling Project, they are not here tonight. So Ben Oliver not racing with us. James Gardner not racing. They're doing a race up in Canada for some UCI points. So MitoQ not going to factor in this. And I believe Kelly Benefit Strategies also not racing with us here this evening. So 2 programs that have been participating in some of the East Coast leg of this 3-week block of racing, not participating tonight as far as our St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Thank you guys for the questions over on our YouTube channel, and keep it coming. We want to make sure you guys are understanding what's happening in front of us.
Yeah, I love seeing these guys. Again, I think that cool temperature at the starting line has, kind of allowed guys that space to think about racing harder than they may have on other days when it's been so hot. But I think that's Aaron Beebe as well from First Internet Bank that has made the move. Another big engine, maybe not an outright sprinter, but a guy that you definitely want in a breakaway to go to the line. Number 12 from DCC, Oliver Leroy has made it up there. Again, that's just like a subtle reset to the chaos that has been the last few laps of guys jumping across. But Dario Raps now has an excellent partner.
So Olivier, he raced fixed gear crits with us way back in the day. Olivier wears the national jersey of a small French province that he is the champion of and has been for a while. So he's a French national, and he is the champion of his region. And he wears that jersey representing that, and he is now driving that pace on behalf of Dario Raps and Brunner. Brunner's been very active in this so far tonight. He clearly wants to improve his odds for himself, I think. And Maximilian Schmidbauer just made the back of that group. What do you know about Max?
Not too much immediately.
He was a lead out for Matthew Vanderpoel last year.
Oh.
This is his first year out of the World Tour. He's now doing freelance stuff, and he basically saw our coverage and was like, that looks sick, let's go.
Yeah.
So Maximilian Schmidbauer in that all-black kit, he was the lead out for Vanderpoel on the World Tour for the past, 3, 4, 5 years.
Well, welcome to the jungle, baby.
Yeah, so he is now part of that mix. White helmet at the back, looking very comfortable. But this race is really stretching out. Hoop just texted me again that he says the race dynamic that we're seeing here is very different from Pro Nats. But we're also going to say that this race will be different because of the numbers, right? So at Pro Nats we had 51 starters. This race we had 130. And we also have internationals intermingling here, right? So Pro Nats is going to have that look and feel that will be just Americans in a relatively small field size versus what we're seeing here tonight with a full gas, full house of a sold-out bike race here in St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Look at this, though. Like
full reset. I mean,
complete reset.
How much effort did Briggs spend in that chaos to get himself up there?
I hope not a lot.
That was a lot. I mean, it was single file until a lap and a half to go. So he had to have been making progress that whole time because the pace didn't just absolutely stop. You could see him just moving, continuing to move up as the pace ramps up back to single file.
We got one solo rider off the front right now.
From Cliff.
Oh, that's what Cliff looks like now?
Yep, they changed their jersey. But you can see that chrome highlight is a really good identifier. But here goes Garrison. The trouble Garrison has right now going by himself is he's going to have no companion.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys he's going to want to typically go with are recouping. Like he just kind of missed being in the right spot to take advantage of any high pace.
Last year we were somewhat critical of his tactics on the Arts Day where he was very, very strong and seemed to be using a lot of fitness in weird times. Do we think that he's changed the tactic?
We'll see. I mean, from the coverage we saw from Speed Week, I don't know if he was just missing a percentage of form. Maybe kind of backing out his fitness at a different part of the year. But from the racing that I've seen develop, is that he hasn't made an outright change to that. Some of it's, he'd like to. Maybe his mind is there, but his body isn't there quite yet. Again, tomorrow and Sunday, I think, is where we're going to see more of Michael come out.
Yeah.
Fitness-wise, just kind of his overall ability, wear and tear on the peloton, to see again where his dynamic has gone strategy-wise.
We got ourselves a mid-race preem coming up, I'm hearing over radio. So mid-race preem will come up and perhaps shift our dynamic one more time as we are looking at our field all back together. We've had a lot of animated intro to our race. We're 33 minutes into our Pro Men's field here tonight. DCC Alpecin in the pit. You can see them on the pit cam. Well, they're using iPads. Are they sending text messages to each other?
No, I mean, look at just that's a 2025 whiteboard. When they first deleted, radios from the domestic peloton for that period of time, right? Gord Fraser was out there with a big 24 by 24 whiteboard and a marker,
I feel like Gord's approach is a little better, but hey, whatever. Here we go, mid-race preem coming right up. This is going to be Parks Law Firm, I think, perhaps. I thought they were pink. Okay. Why does everyone change their kit now? It's like everyone's doing a fashion release here at Tulsa. Look at that. Justin Williams at the front of this race. My goodness. Justin Williams don't want to be left out of the front. He's up at the front. He's got DCC right next to him. I think Justin's really just trying to roll through. He's not necessarily trying to do too much other than keep himself out of the foray here. And Tucker's also amassing up near the front. Big preem coming up. We got this one rider off the front. Jaime Castaneda, and that's Alec Briggs giving chase. Briggs could certainly use a little bit of preem money as they come through, and you can see that whiteboard being used to some effect for these guys. Briggs is there with the muck-off helmet, and DCC is chasing him with his teammates. Alec's teammates behind for Techers. Look at these guys, though. They're sort of looking around, looking comfortable. Is that Chris Tolley in the mix? Who knows? He's a legend, myth. Can't be seen.
Mostly a myth. But I mean, look how, relatively, how many guys got shredded in this first 30 minutes? I mean, we saw.
Well, 130 started. I think
we've seen a lot of guys, 15 minutes in, outside the barriers. This has definitely been one of the harder opening Tulsa Toughs we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, it's a very interesting race dynamic so far that we have seen, where the DCC keeping the pace on the front right now, and sort of drew out some other riders who were trying to counter that DCC pace setting from the front. And we had some very strong riders trying to get them there. We're trying to see the number of the single rider right now who is off the front. DCC, though, trying to get there. This is a preem lap. Eddie Huntsman maybe trying to get up there for that preem, but I think he left it a little bit too late. And that one single rider is going to get it. We're going to keep some real eyes on him as he comes by us here in turn number 1. 51 is what I saw. Riley Reitzman.
Who could be, he's, I think he's still U23, but he's a big motor. I think if we watch, go back and remember my live stream from Gateway Cup from a couple years ago, he was a guy that I was just like, what's happening? Why are we doing 700 watts? And he's just like on the front ripping. I think he got caught up in a crash or two. No, he crashed in the national time trial.
Right now we're looking at the pit. This is going to be Jonas, who rides that 62 Crazy gear, and he's in here just getting a wheel swap. This is really easy, and I think if you're watching this live stream, you know what a neutral lap is, but in case you don't, neutral laps are permitted in a Criterium, and you are allowed to be in here and get yourself fixed if you have a race-related incident. And once you're safe and ready to go, you can get back in the race without a penalty upon your final result. And so while you may be in here and missing a lap, it's not actually as great as it sounds, because jumping back into this race is not fun. there you go. That's a free lap rule, and we're seeing it. Back in this race, we got Michael Garrison on the front with Alec Briggs. And who's joined them? Is that Olivier Leroy?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, you know, Wrightsman is kind of starting to pay for that water he took on as a guy like Garrison comes around him. And then we have Alec Cowan just trying to get there to make it to that group, and he's just doing it. And Riley, that's his moment off the front for tonight. But this is a really good breakaway. I mean, this is the right teams: DCC, Legion, Techers, and then Garrison. From an outright weekend strategy point, this is his time to put some space into other guys that would be thinking about the overall, because you know, a guy like Cowan, you know, may miss out tomorrow. You know, we're going to see what Briggs is going to be made of on Crybaby Hill in terms of an overall Omnium standpoint. So Garrison, this is really good for him if we're thinking about overall Omnium.
Just looking through, it looks like Parks Law Firm is going to have custom kits for just Crybaby Hill.
Wow.
What? So that's pretty cool. We love the fashion. We love it all that happens here. So we got ourselves a group of 4. We got Olivier Leroy of DCC Alpecin, Michael Garrison with the purple top, white bottoms. We have Alec Briggs from Techers, and we have Alec Cowan of Legion of Los Angeles, who has made this. Cowan, a former Canadian national champion. Briggs has actually won a title in Great Britain on the track. He's a national gurney champion in the past. And Olivier Leroy, current French champion from his province, and Michael Garrison in the mix, who is well known, right? Garrison, he's already won some races this season, and he is absolutely looking to sort of vindicate his races from last year here at St. Francis Tulsa Top.
Yeah, so we have these 4 riders. There are now at least have the home stretch plus some, and to note, right, like Butcher Box has missed this. Golden State Blazers have missed this.
Yep.
CRCA Foundation missed this. If we're talking about in bikers, right, big teams, but also who is missing? Cadence. They have absolutely, I mean, they missed the first move, they missed the second move, they didn't have anybody in the shuffling of that absolute chaos, and now, again, they have missed this 4-man move. Everybody's got fatigue in their legs, and it's, you know, a big ask at this point in the race, you know, to bring this. But we can see Alec Briggs has taken on water from getting himself from where he was to where he is now, with the likes of these other guys that have been at the front of the race. You know, he's trying to find some recovery in here in this move to keep the pace going, but he's got to kind of just buckle down and keep this gap out there as long as possible, even if that's at the cost of him getting 4th, but letting Ollywood and Bostock just absolutely have free ride in the back of the field.
All right, so let's break this down real quick. So we like to talk about bike races with, you know, sort of phases. We have a first third, middle third, final third. We're now 18 laps to go. We are about 40 some minutes in on a where are we at? A 75-minute race?
I think it's 70, same as women's. You know, we're seeing 18 laps to go on the screen, 41 minutes in, so we still have 30 minutes of racing.
Okay.
Which is a bit, you know.
Yeah. And so what we saw in the women's field was a group of 2 who had over 30, they had 35 seconds at one point in time with about half of the race remaining, and that got eradicated within the final 3. Now we have a group of 4 here in the men's race with a half a race remaining, and they look to be working well together. They're building upon their advantage. What are some scenarios that could start to play out for us here as far as you know?
I mean, from the breakaway or from the back, we can see some chasing going on, right? Is most likely is Cadence is going to right the ship or get it close enough where one of the Lukes is likely to bridge and just place that team up there. And then once they do, it's been hard enough that the field again relaxes because there's not any teams to kind of keep going, right? They're the only team that really needs to be up there.
I guess, but what about like Juan Orango is in this race, right? He's a master of bridging across to these things and driving pace, right?
Yeah, but again, how much water did he take on in that 30 minutes when it was just absolutely chaos? And, DCC kind of set this initial tone for 5 laps. They're like, hey, we're just going to take charge. We're going to ride solid tempo. We're not going to go that hard, even if there's a breakaway up the road. Keep it under control. And then all of a sudden it just went. So that lulled, I think, a lot of guys back.
Yep.
Because they've seen that tactic play out through Legion to say, okay, it's going to be controlled pretty well. And then it just went gangbusters.
You know what I'm remembering as I watch this unfold too? Remember what happened in the Arts District last? Oh wait, hold on, I got to reset here. Luke Fetzer's on the front. He's driving this pace for Skyline, and he's going to bring this back. I'd like to give a shout out to Luke. I feel like Luke has been so instrumental in Lucas Burgoyne's success this year. I think Luke has just been doing this kind of thing, driving, controlling. They have very strong team in Team Cadence Cyclery this year, but Luke Fetzer, man, I think he's had like just such a stellar year.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say Cadence is an outright strong team. Yeah. They're young, but the Lukes have been carrying the program. They've got help from some of their other guys, but again, they're young, and their depth just isn't quite there at this large stage to make a super impact. But Luke rides like 4 guys.
I know.
Lucas relies on that, but it's a dangerous game because he's going to do this effort. He's going to be blown. He's going to need recovery. And if Bourgogne is not there to back him up in counterattacks, they're hosed. They're making themselves extremely vulnerable again.
That was my question I was going to follow up with, is that should Luke have paced himself better, done a little bit more math, and just sort of controlled the break versus doing this mega effort to just yank it back?
Yes and no. Sometimes, again, if he does that, right, and says, I'm going to kind of manage this, I'm going to take 5 laps to do it, he's going to take on water, and again, he's leaving himself and the program vulnerable. So similar to what we saw Dario Raps do earlier, is just do it.
Okay.
And then find space to recover. Don't leave yourself open for a long period of time. Like when you have really good fitness, the short, sharp efforts are quite easy to recover from. Like they happen faster versus like a long effort needs longer recovery in some regards.
So what is Alec Cowan doing right now? He's a former Canadian national champion, but he was just fighting being brought back all by himself. He's dropped Briggs at this point. Briggsy has gone back into the field. Cowan is now driving this pace very aggressively and he's almost punishing Fetzer. In a way, Cowan is disrupting the lead out of Skyline from the front.
Yeah, it's just 1 for 1, like I've talked about. It's just put guys up the road, wear out the lead out, kind of this passive-aggressive way, so to speak. But again, with Legion being off the front, that means they don't have to chase. They can put themselves in a position to follow other key guys they may look for counterattack. So he's doing his job. Like it's 1v1 right now, him versus Luke until Fetzer pulls off.
Okay.
Right? Then it's 1 versus 1 again from the field. What could happen is, again, Luke pulls off, people see that it's just one rider, and then the field relaxes just a little bit. But with the fatigue that Alec is carrying, the gap's only going to get so big. Unfortunately, I don't think this is Alec Cowan of the past, where this, similar to Robin Carper, could be an old, even as a solo rider, be ultimate dangerous. So they might give him a little leash just because it's one rider, and everybody in the field of note is begging for some relaxation, and they can do so because it's only one guy off the front. But man, look how small this peloton is.
Well, we got a preem on the next lap for a $200 preem for the next lap, and that's going to probably wipe out Cowan's advantage as we are coming into 14 laps to go. So a $200 preem.
Maybe. I mean, what single guy, small team guy is fresh enough to close 8 seconds, 6 seconds short for $200 So we'll see. It might be somebody's race ender, but it's paid for their race entry fees for the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, what's that gap right now? I mean, 4 seconds, basically.
Somebody in between?
Yeah, with one guy coming across to it. So with that, I mean, I just feel like I'm trying to see that field there. So Cowan's now entering, was that 5?
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You know, I mean, I like being wrong. I like when you make me seem silly, because that's why you're here, right? It's like, you know, the insight here is that from let's call this like not pro level, right? You hear that money bell and you just like go for it, and you're at this level and you're like, okay, like that'd be a nice bonus, but at the same time, like I'm not going to sacrifice my race for a few bucks.
Well, my team job, right? Like my team job, my team role is more important than this like $200. And so we see one guy trying to go across to Alec, and it just has not. He just stalled halfway, which is never good for Alec, because it's like just a, you know, it shows somebody else that, oh, I can just leapfrog to that guy and leapfrog to that guy.
Yeah.
But it's a cadence rider. You know, it's representing that program. It's for a period of time showing the other teams that, you know, both Lukes could say, hey, we have a guy up the road.
Right.
So it's not our duty to kind of do anything, but it looks like his time is limited.
Samuel Smith, I believe, for Cadence Cyclery, getting himself there for a little bit of time, and he's about to be reabsorbed. And we're going to look at the front of the field to see. It looks like Cliff Bar, maybe.
Legion. That's Ty's custom.
Oh, that's Ty's custom helmet.
What is it? Choco Coffee.
Fetzer's in the pit. Luke Fetzer in the pit right now.
Fetzer looks like he's having some mechanical issues, and sometimes again, in the pit, right, it's got to be like ultimate failure of something. That is not a loose bolt. That's not your saddle dropping. That's not your saddle coming off. That's not a pedal coming off your bike. That's not your hoods moving. It is very much a flat tire, a broken chain.
They're swapping the pedal. They're swapping both pedals.
So maybe he's doing a bike swap. They only have one set of pedals.
Oh.
Very bizarre scenario here.
Oh, yeah. Fetzer's getting a new bike here. Okay. So they've got...
And this is a random spare bike. Look, they're moving the saddle height. They don't even... This is just a bike in the pit. It's not even set up.
Yeah.
Specifically for him.
They're literally...
And he's got 3 seconds. I mean, these guys are coming through the start-finish line. They're coming up, and the pit is right around corner 1. So they've got to get him... Once the field goes by, he doesn't get to stay in for another lap.
Right.
You know, he's got to get on the bike and chase. So he's going to be up for it if he can't get out of the pit this lap. We're going to find out what the USAC officials decide.
They may give him a little bit of leniency since he had to do a full bike swap, but he's also doing a nice job staying calm. That's a nice thing that we see when real professionals are in the pit. They stay calm. If you start to freak out, you're creating your own problems as well. And so Luke's trying to get himself ready.
Yeah, everything's out of his control. Like once he got into the pit, like he can relatively control nothing. He's got to trust his staff, his mechanics. Yelling at them isn't going to make them work faster. It's going to frustrate them. Even in these moments, if you could just throw out a please or a thank you, right, is like it keeps that just ever-present calmness going on there. So he's got a bike.
Hopefully the saddle height's good enough.
Ideally, you want... Oh, they're making him chase.
What?
Oh, no.
No way.
So they've got to... In these scenarios, right, he'd probably like to err on the side of caution with the saddle being a little too low rather than too high.
Yeah. Who knows if he's ever even ridden this bike? It doesn't even look like the right size. It looks tiny.
It's small, which is like a thing in itself.
His back is going to hurt tonight.
But we can see now Legion, right, taking control of the front. You've got Alec, Ty Magner, Summerhill, Robin Carpenter there. So all we're kind of missing out of that team program is Justin. But like we've seen in the past, is that those guys do their job, ride the job they need to do, and Justin has been able to execute from that. And we can see the Red Bull helmet and the neon green glasses right there. So he's got Summerhill with him.
Yeah, they're looking comfortable, man. I mean, so we're at 12 to go. This is definitely starting to be the beginning of the setup now.
But the pace has dropped. significantly,
which is great
than
for
what we've
Fetzer.
seen.
That's great for Fetzer. Gets him back into this race. He can figure it out. Somebody on the YouTube just said that they believe that the Campagnolo electric stuff failed. So, you know, whether it's a battery or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, hard to know.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you guys for that. So this is Ty Magner on the front. Cowan already stepping back up. What a professional, man. Like, he's so good.
Yeah.
And just doing his job.
And his job, right, is not necessarily like lap 0, right? His job may be 3 to go. So he knows that his race is not to get to the finish line, per se. So that mindset is a little different on the work he needs to do. But, you know, we can see Legion set up with their program. They've got Techers on the inside.
Yeah, there's some...
and then you have Matt Stevens there with the 18 on his back, but he's there to take care of Duchamp Kalaba. But he's such a wild card there. He's so strong to just keep a guy in place, but he's not in the kit that other guys would necessarily recognize as one to you know, have that immediate respect there. And he does, you know, a crash on the left side of the field there.
Yep.
Cheney, this is definitely towards the back. VeloFit rider, it's a Cliff.
Some of the Waldo Racing guys that we talked to over. So these guys, with 10 laps to go, the pit is still open. They'll be allowed to get in there. That is one of the guys we actually talked to last night at the Ride with the Pros briefly. I think Chris Tolley might be in the mix there too. We're going to get this camera going in the pit.
A DCC guy there. I don't know if that was an early mechanical.
That is Chris Tolley in the pit.
Definitely don't see what happened exactly there, but I mean, it's...
Clever's in the pit. So Clever Martinez, number 34, in the pit, right next to Chris Tolley, number 78. So Clever, definitely a rider that even in the YouTube comments, they're asking about how he's doing and where he's going to be. So you can see now see Clever Seba holding Clever, getting him situated. These guys went down just past the start-finish line at sort of an awkward moment of a tangle. Clever looks to be okay.
The reason I didn't see Chris Tolley is because he's in camo.
Yeah, Chris Tolley in camo. You can't even see that body right there.
But yeah, this is Clever's opportunity to kind of take a gel, knowing Seba push the limits here and quote get Clever some free positions after that brutal first half of the race and him playing the game at the back.
It's going to be like a chariot start here right now.
Yeah, see?
Oh my God.
See Seba.
Oh, they said no. They pulled him back. Wow. That was, Seba's mad. Seba's mad. Look at this. This is like Yankee Stadium right here. Seba's throwing down right now in the ear of that official, going at it right now. We're not even looking at it on camera, but it is happening. This is Yankee Stadium. The official's telling him to get out.
Yeah, this is, I mean, like, he's got to push the boundaries for his team, right? He's got to push. Like, Garrison is in the pit. But, you know, he's got to do his job. Is push, again, they're trying to push the envelope as much as possible at this stage of the race. But you can see, you know, we can see in the pit, Seba has, you know, the whole thing is de-escalating. The tone is coming down, you know, as they talk through it, which is nice to see.
Garrison now coming up.
Yep.
See what the push is going to be for Garrison here, as he's now in the pit, about to be pushed in. Now we're losing track of what you guys are seeing on the screen. Sorry, we're looking at real life stuff here that you guys can't see at home. We apologize. 10 laps to go on the screen right now. You got Legion of Los Angeles on the front of the race. Meanwhile, back in the pit here, we got Michael Garrison, one of the protagonists of this race that we think is going to be affecting the end. But he's right now in the pit with 8 laps remaining. 8 laps to go right now. Legion of Los Angeles being led by Ty Magner, and now Biker Cycling Program coming up on the left-hand side of the road. Going to be a factor to play here as we see Garrison about to get tossed in. Where are they going to let him in?
Yeah. Similar to where they wanted Clever, you know, start getting into the race towards the middle. That way he kind of has ends up kind of towards the back, which is what they are. Kind of the written rule is to be entered into the back of the group. But yeah, now as we see the front of the race, Legion there, you have bikers integrating. Bourgogne has had to move himself around, move himself into the position, and now he's got one guy to try to help. The saving grace for Luke in this position is that I can speak very immediately of is that he's got the stars and stripes. It's not bold, but he's going to get some of that natural respect that comes with the jersey, that he's not going to have to fight as much as somebody in a random jersey per se.
John Kroom, you know that guy?
Yep.
He's asking us what our call is. Who do you think is going to win this thing?
Ooh, man. You know who I've not seen whatsoever this whole race? Jim Brown.
Jimmers.
And he's a finisher. And he's a guy, he's, a UK rider. He's used to very difficult crits, being on the pedals kind of the whole race. But he's seemingly done a good job hiding. Granted, I don't know if he's still in there because we haven't seen him at all. I think we've only seen Eder Frere once, representing the Blazers. Granigan's not here. He's got an injury. We saw Brody McDonald a little earlier. They have Corey Williams as well, but Jim Brown is a fast finisher that we have not seen go across to a move, do any kind of pulling, anything like that. But now we see Alec from Techers up there. There's Bostock and Ollie Wood.
Bikers is getting involved in this mix as well. And there's Jimmers, actually. I just saw him. He has no glasses on. In the drops, just sort of at the back of the Bikers program. But you can also see the green of Team Skyline Cadence starting to mass at the front end now. Alec putting himself into the mix. He's right in front of Justin. Now, these two are great friends. They collaborate on a lot of things that we don't even see, right? So these guys have a lot of respect for each other, but they are now racing against each other. So you can have respect, but you can also, want to beat your friend here. And so Techers, 3 guys, but 2 of them are Olympians.
Yep.
And so, these guys have a lot. And Baki right in the middle there. So that's going to be Matt Bostock. He is now talking to Wood there as they're trying to get themselves together right next to Robin Carpenter. But there's Lucas Bourgogne.
Yep, and he's doing all the work himself, right? This accumulates. Even though the pace isn't super fast, it's those micro surges. It's getting some of that side wind. You're accumulating it. Some of it more so. It's subtle, but it's there. But now he's got one teammate up there, and that teammate really just needs to go ride next to Robin Carpenter. It's, if anything, it's either go right next to Carpenter or ride behind Lucas.
Yeah.
Give Lucas space from behind, but if not, just go right up next to the train and make sure Lucas doesn't have to fight. See, look, he's got to bump out.
Yep.
He's got to do these things, and so he needs to push his teammates next to the train.
Yep.
rather than the back. It just makes it so you can get swarmed if you're just trying to ride right behind the train. Push forward, keep your guy, at least for some period of time, not fighting.
What about Brian Gomez?
Yeah, he's hiding. He's got no teammates. He's by himself.
Yep.
At least in terms of taking care of himself, moving him into position.
Gomez is on the right side of the screen, just behind Danny Summerhill. He's fighting for Summerhill's wheel. Remember, these guys were also teammates last year, so there's a little bit of implicit trust there, right? He knows how Summy rides, and that's going to allow him to feel more comfortable just riding that wheel. But Legion now burning through riders. So he just had, I think, Alec pulled off, which makes sense. He did a lot of work earlier.
Yep. Yeah, and so again, this is, if you're a small team, if you're a single rider, you now have to just really keep a pulse on the leadouts, because again, Legion is down to 2 guys. Techers technically only has 2 guys. There's not a full team here to take up the pace. So if you're an individual rider, kind of like Bourgogne, Vanderpool's old leadout guy, Garrison, they have to time it right, because anybody left is going to do the latest surge possible. And you just want to find yourself in the right place at the right time when that happens. And it's, it's going to happen 2-ish laps to go. I mean, I think DCC maybe have the most amount of riders, and we haven't really seen them at the front.
Yeah.
So it's hard to know who's left because they haven't exactly massed. I mean, Olivier's there, Raps is there, but I don't see the rest of their guys. But Bikers looks fully intact.
Yeah, I think Bikers is looking very strong right now. Para, that gives a good opportunity for Para. I think he would be their protected rider, although Zapata has also proven himself to be a strong finisher in the past as well. I do think that Juan Arango will sacrifice himself. He's a tremendous lead-out rider.
Yep.
So I would think that these guys will stay together, although they're starting to disappear a wee bit as we get into 5 laps to go. Or will be
this is
4.
very much a tactic that, kind of Rain pulled. That they would sit like unnervingly a little far back. But again, because the depth in the front isn't that much and the pace isn't crazy high, if they're all massed together, they can kind of afford to do that. And, with 2 to go, all of a sudden 6 of them show up at the front and it's flat out. You're not moving anywhere.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's a group of guys that more or less know how to employ that style of lead out. But the risk you take by doing that as a program is, if anything in front of you crashes at this point with 4 to go, no free laps, work to close any gaps is difficult or near impossible. Is Cesar Marte also here?
Cesar is here, yeah. I talked to him yesterday. He's feeling pretty good, but he's actually pretty committed to their finishers. So I think Cesar would be a really good sweep or final kit.
And there's Bostock. You see Clever Martinez in the red jersey, white helmet with the GoPro.
Yep.
And then the rider in the dark kit with the maroon red helmet is, or Jim Brown, sorry.
This is really lifting up now. And so real quick, before we jump away, a big shout out to Zico for bringing us our broadcast tent. Big shout out to Quick Trip for bringing this entire production to life here. We couldn't do it without your support, and the Don Thompson lead vehicles and the Don Thompson Don Thornton Automobile Group for being our pace vehicles here today. This is the McNellie Group Blue Dome Criterium here on the first night of racing at the St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We've got 4 laps to go here in our professional men's race, and we are about to wind up the tempo. We are single file. We've had a lot of action here, but right now, Legion of Los Angeles on the front. They are clearly riding for Justin Williams, and myself, Gabe Lloyd, and Daniel Holloway are each trying to figure out who's going to take this, and we now got the sparks going with 3 laps to go. Perhaps there's a little gambler's cream or something going on. These are the John Zink players that are putting on a nice show for us. Don't worry, they're cold flares. I don't know what that means, but they don't burn you, so there you go, science.
Jim has lost 1 more.
Maximilian Schmidbauer in the middle of the field right now, very far back. I don't think that he's going to be a factor unless he proves me wrong. I love being wrong. Brunner has had a really fantastic night. How's Brunner's sprint?
More or less non-existent.
There you go.
But he can be able to hold just a high pace. So he's going to be, if he gets his timing right, he's not going to pop around anybody, but he's going to be able to hold the wheel, and fight and hold for position. So he seemed to have timed it right. He stayed out of the riffraff the last 5 laps, it seems. And then now, when the pace is absolutely up, it's very difficult to move around. He's found himself in a pretty good position to just hold the wheel of the fast guys. But again, once the big sprinters come out, he's not a guy that's going to pop around.
What are your thoughts on Garrison at this point? Too far forward?
I mean, he's just protecting himself, right? It's again, if he's thinking about the weekend, being too far back, just puts himself in some danger. But he's got such a big motor that, again, like I talked about in the women's race, is that if he can go long, right, how many guys are gonna pass him?
Well, okay, so here we go. We saw last week at the Armed Forces Cycling Classic that in Washington, D.C., that Techers did a 2-lap lead out, but it was a very different course. It was more technical. There's bigger speed shifts on that circuit, so that same tactic may not work, but we're at 2 laps to go now here tonight at the McNellie Group Blue Dome event. These boys are starting to lift it up now. Techers taking over at the front, trying to probably get Matt Bostock up in there. But look at this. Garrison's now just taking this at the front. I guess when in doubt, lead it out.
Yeah. Again, if he's Whoa, what a save.
I think his rear tubeless wheel just burped a little bit. Okay. Well, he kept it upright. Nicely done, sir. So Garrison on the front, a little bit of a jump there by his rear wheel. Behind him with the green shorts will be two of the Techers boys. I believe that's going to be Hollywood and Matt Bostock. And behind them, you see the German national champion, Dario Raps of DCC, and then Danny Summerhill behind them. With Brody McDonald right behind them, and Juan Arango
with
right
Para.
in front of Para. So a lot of these boys trying to get themselves in the right spot, and now we see
Jim Brown moving himself up.
Jimmers is in the mix, but he's got a little cut, and then Burgoyne also right behind Clever Martinez, just about 10 or 11 wheels back. Here we coming down into 2 laps to go. There's your 1 lap to go. We're in our final lap. Malcolm McCollum ringing that bell. Daniel, what's your thoughts here? Final lap.
Man, this can go anyone which way. You know, the top guys only have one guy, if that. Gomez is there. This is a good one for him with those 2 long back straightaways to get in fight position, but he's going a little bit backwards.
Well, there's definitely a front of a race, and then there's also everybody exiting out the back right now. This race at the front, though, is full gas. We got Techers.
Summerhill is
right
there.
Now, Summy is trying to put himself in good position.
Para
coming down.
Para.
And with Para right there, but look at third wheel. It is Dario Raps from DCC. And in fourth wheel, you got Maximilian Schmidbauer. So Schmidbauer, your former lead-up man from Matthew Vanderpool, fourth wheel right now, but Bikers just overtaking him there. Summy trying to get right in the mix with Brody McDonald behind, but Baki second wheel with Wood on the front. Baki trying to hold that position. Raps right behind. These two raced against each other last weekend. Now we're making this pivotal left-hand turn, and this is it. This is full gas. You got 2 turns left between yourself and the finish line. They're going to try to wind this up. Who's going to overtake? There's a little bit of fighting back behind. Raps now jumps. Raps takes the jump. We're going to take that look. We don't see it right now, but Raps makes that jump. Here we are. We're out of the final turn as we lift, and we're coming out to the final finish to kick to the line. And here we go for the final right-hand turn. Raps on the front. He's taking it from the front. Parra trying to get there on the right-hand side. Again, Raps hold it all the way to the line. He'll come to the finish, and Dario Raps takes it in front of Jordan Parra here at the McNellie Blue Dome.
He did a really, really good job taking care of himself. Those last few laps, you know, we clearly weren't talking about him too much. He was able to hide everywhere he needed to hide, and then find himself in that final position.
Dario Raps, your German national champion, taking an emphatic win here tonight at the McNellie Group Blue Dome Criterium to kick off our first night of racing for the 2025 St. Francis Tulsa Tough. Dario Raps for DCC Alpecin, your winner here tonight.
And he raced, he didn't hide all race, right? He was in an early move, right? He bridged across. You know, he didn't even ask for help from any of those other guys. So he clearly is on some really, really good form. You know, Techers in that finale was kind of the only other, and Bikers were the only one organized. You know, Bourgogne, nowhere to be seen, no teammates around him.
Okay.
You know, was that a fact that, you know, Luke had a bike change that wasn't his and just couldn't do it? You know, or the other guys to be seen. You know,
I thought it was a really well done, executed race in the final lap there. Raps very excited. He was sort of freelancing a bit, even, right? Playing off of the Techers boys who thought they had that final speed. We're going to take a look at a replay here out of the final turn, I believe. There we go. So we got.
So he went long.
Yeah, he went very long.
Well before the final 2 corners.
Raps now goes into 7, and Parra tries to get into the draft. Now entering 8, and he kicks again. Parra thought he had the opportunity to come out of that draft, but he did not have it. He almost got there, but we'd love to see that overhead if we could. But big, what a final kick! As you just said, I mean, did you jump that early when you won all these?
I mean, I've never actually won this direction on this course. But that was super impressive, and I think Parra was just anticipating as the road kicks up in that last 75 meters that there was going to be fade. You know, he pulled out, and Dario just never faded. There was no coming out. Like, he held his momentum all the way through that and powered through the line, which is, you know, from the front with how early he went was super good. But if you go back and look, he pedaled, you know, just a few meters earlier than Para, right? So it's, again, he had just carried better momentum through that whole thing by taking that front line. You know, you could see how Para took it was a little wide, you know, maybe not ideal for him, like it was, like, you know, Dario Raps took it.
Yeah. Great night of bike racing all around. Our women's race was amazing, was very thrilling. And here we go. We're going to hear some words here with Dario Raps at the finish line. Zelia congratulating his teammate Dario, and Olivier Leroy also right there. The whole team celebrating a great win. Not the first time DCC has won, but anytime you win at a St. Francis Tulsa Tough, you want to take it. Let's hear it with Brad Soner at the finish line with Dario Raps, your winner here tonight.
Wow.
Too busy celebrating.
Dario, clearly a lot of emotion for you. Very happy for the win tonight. Just tell me what's going through your mind right now. How do you describe this feeling?
Oh, I can't even describe it. I never thought that I'd win such a big race. You guys are awesome. This atmosphere, I never could imagine that. It is so amazing. Oh my God, and I'm so happy.
Dario, you guys came to America with one goal for your campaign, and I think that was to get a win here at Tulsa Tough. Now that you have done that, what remains for you this weekend? Can you do this again at Tulsa this weekend?
I will give my very, very best. You can't believe that. I don't know if I can do it again, but let's see what the next days will bring. And we are so hot for the next races. We can't, just can't wait for it. You guys, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Dario, last thing, describe when you go back to Germany and people say, what was Tulsa like? How do you describe the great Tulsa Tough?
The absolute biggest Criterium in the whole world!
Tulsa, you heard it here first. Give it up for your champ, Dario Raps.
That was Dario Raps and Brad Soder on the finish line in that emphatic celebration speech. We had a great night of racing here tonight, and it was through and through just an amazing show. Please go back and watch our professional women's race because the coverage was outstanding, the racing outstanding, and we hope you'll give them a lot of airtime. Our pro men's race just finished up, but don't go anywhere because we got 2 more nights of racing. We go to the Arts District tomorrow, and we finish out at the McElroy Riverfront Park on Sunday with Crybaby Hill. With that, my name is Gabe Lloyd. This is Daniel Holloway. Big thanks to Quick Trip for our sponsorship of our broadcast. Big thanks to Zico for sponsoring our broadcast tent. Stick around on YouTube. You're going to see those podiums coming right up. But we will see you guys tomorrow for the continuation on the second day of our St. Francis Tulsa Tough coverage here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Welcome back, you guys. We have Lucas Bourgogne right here with us in our Zico broadcast booth. Lucas, walk us through how it was out there tonight. You started off with a lot of, high-fiving to the crowd and whatnot, but then it looked like screws really got turned there in the middle, and then at the end you were fighting for it.
Yeah, it was a different Tulsa Tough, that's for sure. You never see a breakaway get really that far off the front, especially night one. So incredible job with those guys. I know Legion, Blazers, and maybe DCC were really kind of driving it out there to change up the pace. And they really did put us on the back foot. And then we just got a little bit excited really, really early. And so that kind of drug about half of our team out of it, and the other teams played it well. Hats off to the Germans. They rode an absolutely excellent race. What they did in a combination of Legion really isolated our team out, and can't win them all. The boys gave it their best go, and the competition was just significantly better today. So we got a lot to improve on. But yeah.
Yeah, this is the second week in a row that you guys have, you're a showman, right? You like to party.
Yep.
I understand that, but this is the second week in a row that you've kind of leaned towards that rather than being the professional, especially on the biggest stage of our year here in North America. As we go into tomorrow and the rest of the weekend, is there a thought of kind of putting that to a side, stepping up the seriousness, getting the team on the front early, setting that tone, and locking in? And earning that victory to get back to having fun with the crowd?
No, we won't change our strategy. We think that our strategy works. We've just been bested the last few times. There's a season of results in front of it that shows that it works. We just got to get together and when they really turn the screws like they've been doing all season before we remain calm amongst the chaos. And I think now we're riding with the jerseys, and so we think it's really on us to cover and ride hard and burn our matches, and we don't ride that way. And so it's really about calming down and letting the race come to us. Our style is different. Some may consider it unprofessional, but when you go out there, you have a blast. The rest of it comes with it. So I don't think anything's going to change. It's just that the execution has to come up, and it will.
Can you give us any? Sorry, Gabe. Can you give us any insight to your right-hand man Luke today? What happened with him and his bike? Did he get switched onto something that wasn't his? Didn't fit right? Was it a mixture of the fatigue on the wrong bike that you didn't have your guy in the last 5 laps?
Yeah, normally I really have Richard Hollick around me and Luke Fetzer. Luke's. He had a mechanical out today. Richard Hollick also mechanical, but stayed in there. He was locked out into his biggest gear for the finale. So that really did prove to isolate me out. And in a race as big as Tulsa Tough, you can't be there alone. It's just too rowdy, and you really need to have one person protecting their hip. And so I commend the boys for giving their best. And Luke was riding on a bike 3 sizes too small. So. It was a day of misfortune, but I mean the competition is next level right now, and so we really have to rise to the occasion and bring our level up and hopefully have everything. You can't have a mishap on a day like this, or it goes sideways real quick.
Absolutely.
The Arts District is a different dynamic, and the past few years we've seen a breakaway go, but then oftentimes that will come back like we saw here tonight. Do you guys have a shift in approach at all based upon how tonight went for you?
No.
Okay.
It's 3 races. We've had 3 tough races, and so we have 15 good ones before it. And so this shift will come that, a good day for all the boys, very calm and relaxed, which is our style. If we deviate from calm and relaxed, things go awry, and that was what you saw tonight. But I don't think we change anything. I think we buckle down, we double down on our strategy, and we go full tilt.
Got it. Very congratulations. Well, Lucas, we're going your elite national champion racing with us here tonight at St. Francis Tulsa Tough. We're going to jump back to the course for our pro women's podiums coming right up next.
Thank you, guys.
Nice job, baby.
Jersey, Kendall Ryan. showing off the guns, trying to be able to get the jersey. A big thank you to Moo Apparel for our winner's jersey. With the win here, she'll be taking the overall lead as well on day number 1 here at the Blue Dome District. Arms up in the air, congratulations once again, Ryan, Magner, and Hickey. These are your top 3. Winner's jersey comes off, and the overall St. Francis Tulsa Tough jersey goes on. Maximum points for the winner. Day number 1, the McNellie's Blue Dome Criterium, and with her victory, finds herself in the overall lead of Tulsa Tough. As tradition here at Tulsa Tough, the champagne to the winner and the champagne celebration. Moving on now to our American Amy. Are we doing the ACC for the woman right now? No, you want to do it after? Okay. So
all right, let's move on to our Pro Men's Podium. Up next, this will be your 30-second warning to Pro Men's Podium, guys. 30 seconds to Pro Men's Podium. Coming up next.
Jordan Para. Okay, bravo.
Let's get started with our Pro Men's Podium, starting with 3rd place on the day. Riding out of the UK for the Tecker Cycling Team. Welcome to the podium, Ollie Wood. Second place out of Colombia, riding for the Biker Cycling Team. Welcome your silver medalist, Jordan Para. And the top step of your podium, hailing from Germany for the DCC squad. Welcome your winner of night 1. It's Dario. Dario will get the Stage 1 Moo Apparel winner's jersey here. By virtue of his win on night 1, will also be our Omnium leader headed into day 2 tomorrow. One more time with the jersey on. Let's hear it for your top 3. Dario Raps, Jordan Potter, and Ollie Wood. So now Dario will switch the stage winner's jersey for the overall leader's jersey. And a little champagne to celebrate the moment. Dario Raps, your winner here at Blue Dome, the McNellie's Group, Blue Dome Criterium, and the St. Francis Tulsa Tough.
Riders, congratulations, as we're going to move on now to the American Criterium Cup. Dario, don't go anywhere. Dario, you have to go back on the podium. Not right now, in a little bit. Well, you know what? You might as well do it right now. Get the men done.
Well, by virtue of his win on stop number 1 of the American Criterium Cup, we will now award your current ACC leader as we welcome back to the podium, Dario Raps. Champagne to celebrate. We'll next move to our American Criterium Cup Sprint Leaders jersey for the elite man. You saw him win the mid-race sprint, and that will put him in green. Riding for First Internet Bank, your ACC Sprint leader is the American Riley Reitzman. Champagne for Riley as well. Your ACC Sprint leader after 1 stop.
As that wraps up our pro men for the ACC, like to be able to move on to our pro women for the American Criterium Cup. Your overall leader with her win tonight puts her into that ACC jersey. Please welcome back to the podium, Kendall Ryan. Six races, and this is race number 1. Kendall Ryan now with that leader's jersey from the American Criterium Cup. Moving on to our overall sprint leader. Breaking away and going away, coming across the line. Riding for Automatic Racing. Find yourself in the green jersey as the ACC sprint leader, Grace Sarlinson. What a great time, what a great race. That was the McNellie's Blue Dome Criterium. For Rex, owner out Frankie and Trey, for everybody at Tulsa Top, we had a great time. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow as we continue with day number 2 at Tulsa Tough. In the meantime, please drive home safely.